All right. Let's get going. Okay. So, first priority for the day is going to be to acquire probably shrimpy truffles. No, not shrimpy truffle. That's mount. The truffle worm. Although sometime in here I want to fight Empress of Light as well. Actually, first priority should be building the arenas. Well, let's go talk to a certain somebody up here. Are you the person you need to talk to? Yes, you are. Okay. For the Duke, 2 of them will be fine. For the Empress, we'll probably need 4. Yeah. I should check how much wire. Hello, Rushy. Welcome here. That's not gonna be enough wire. Also, I don't think I have any switches. No. Okay, we'll grab some. Alrighty. I think we'll go with this route. I might regret this, but if need be, I can always change it later. Let's just buy enough wire that we for sure have enough no matter what happens. Went live the moment you're calling the night. Guess you can stay up a little bit longer. Maybe you should go to bed. Don't worry. I'll be here in 8 hours when you wake up. Actually, I probably won't be. I got started late. Okay, I need some blocks as well. You refuse to go to bed? That's 5 steps away. Actually, while I'm making blocks, I should go ahead and finish the banner hall. Or finish adding this next level to it. I probably should make 2 more levels onto it. Yeah, anyway. Gonna do a cool trick you learned of just watching in bed. I suppose that works. Okay, that'll be way more blocks than we'll ever use. But at least we have them available now. As well as plenty of back wall. Which we're making the boss arena here. We're hardly going to use any of that, but oh well. Okay. Go ahead and place a little bit of back wall here. Just so it's there and I don't have to deal with it later. There we go. Actually, I'm safe inside my base. I should be using this outfit. This sets dig speed to insane. Okay. Yeah, who needs dynamite? Okay. You know, on second thought, I really should put in another level. I wish Smart Cursor worked here for replacing back wall with a different kind of back wall. Actually, I can run and place back wall and not miss any now. Okay. As long as I'm not using boots. I am fully okay with this. Okay, let's go over to the other side. And we'll put another layer on this. Okay. You go there. And then below that we remove 4 blocks. Four blocks is fine. This combination of stuff makes building so much faster. There we go. Nope. We still can't quite replace normal blocks at full walking speed. Rip. Close enough, though. And we don't have to do that much building of this type. Okay. Let's go over here. Boom. Oops. Okay. No, that's fine. Alright, let me just build this across. And then do that layer. And we're all set to add platforms. A little bit more back wall, of course. Okay, now for the back wall. And then platforms after that. And that'll get us everything we need to have the best banner hall in the whole world. Considering the Terraria world isn't all that large, there's not a whole lot of choices, but oh well. go. Okay. I'll take those things with us for building the arena. The rest of it can be ditched. Oh, we're going to need to grab the ice staff as well if I want to do this in a reasonable amount of time. I think I put it in with the construction tools here. Yes, it is. Okay. Hopefully we won't run out of banner space just anytime soon with this arrangement. This looks derpy. Having two torches like this. I don't really like the top torch or bottom torch look though, so we're going to go with a middle torch. Like that. Oops. Get back on the wall, banner. Hello, Bo. Welcome here. Oops. There we go. Damn it. There. Stop it. There we go. Okay. That looks a little better. Yeah. Away. Apparently this sword remains viable in the Moonlord fight. I don't know about that one. We'll see. Okay, so for the Empress of Light, I'm going to try the same strategy that I'm going to try for Fishron. How dare you come bother me in my personal arena? Okay, fine. Let's go over here. We'll be safe. And I'm not sure if I should build the Fishron arena on this side. Kind of think I should. Keep them away from all the friendly NPCs over here. Also, I already have stuff built out here, which wouldn't be a big deal, I guess. Yeah, we'll build it over here. So the idea is we're going to build 2 teleporters. Basically, we're going to do the exact same arena we used for the Plantera fight. 2 teleporters. Except we're not going to... We're going to do it very slightly differently. It'll be the same basic idea. 2 teleporters facing each other. Or you face middle and boom, boom, they die. And that is the end of the Duke. Or something along those lines. We're going to need a bunch of chlorophyte bullets to make this work. And we're probably going to be using the Uzi. Which, I know, old weapon. However, the Uzi is still a pretty reasonable choice. Oh, we have the don't kill critters thing in our inventory. Okay, so the reason I brought the ice rod along is so I can do this. There. Now we have blocks up in the air without having to have done anything special. Okay. Now I've seen this done several different ways. We're going to do none of those ways. We're going to do something slightly different. Okay. Actually, I think that's going to end up being too short when I put the teleporter in. Okay. Now, for the Plantera Arena, I used a pressure plate and I just stepped forward and stepped back onto it to go back. There's an easier way to do this. We're going to have to dismiss that pet for the boss fight. But you just turn on Smart Cursor, and then right-clicking. Well, actually, I want to go to the Crimson. Because we still don't have the Crimson Key, and I want that. There's Mr. Nailhead. No Nailheads allowed. That thing's trying to attack us in the back. Thankfully we have 360-degree damage. Nailhead's vicious. They use so much damage over such a long distance. I'd really like to get a moment of peace so that I can buff up. Yeah. Moment of peace? Haha, fat chance. There's another Nailhead out there, isn't there? Okay. Did I get just hit by its stupid nail thing? That was a bit scary, I must admit. Okay. Back, foul creatures, back. I think that's a Nailhead right there, caught in the water. That's not great. Oh, we are hitting him though. Maybe it doesn't. It's taking too much damage for that. Okay. Hello, Mothron. I would like you to go away now, please. Thank you. Okay. definitely a nail dude out there again. Somebody killed him though. $63 gold just got banked. A lot of gold. Come on, one of you idiots needs to drop the biome key eventually. I need to get stuff out of my inventory soon. Here you. Take my crap. Okay, this is a really good spot to stand most of the time. Okay. That had the potential to be very bad. Oh, that's okay. For a second there I thought Mothron had died and I hadn't got the stuff. But no, Mothron just ran off. There's a nail dude. For sure. Back! Back! Foul creature. What am I being hit by? Painful. There's a broken hero sword over there, but we don't need more of those, unfortunately. Well, I guess we could make Terra toilets. Okay, that's just a psycho. Psychos are no big deal. The nailheads are what hurt. Speaking of which, ow. Okay. We don't want meteor heads because they don't produce the loot we need. There's a nail head. Those things are just deadly. Okay. Nailhead is now firing at me again. I'll just go over here. Don't mind me. They're super tough too. 12,000 HP. HP is quite a bit in my book. Okay. Give me my biome key. I want the vampire knives. Their DPS isn't great, but they're awesome healing. Also, it's almost night. Well, several hours from night. And we haven't died yet. I'll take this as a complete win. Hello, Mothron. I would appreciate if you went somewhere, anywhere else. I don't think you even dropped loot that I would find useful anymore. Okay. Now to clear the ground. Yeah, I think we've got all the... Damn it. It was the nail. Honestly, if it wasn't for the nail man, this would be really easy. They're about the only serious threat left. Ouch. Okay, we're not here to have a fight around your house. Oh shit. Yeah, I forgot about the stupid nail man that was still there. He could have died. Thankfully he didn't seem to be excited about throwing stuff at me. It seems like only one nail man spawns at a time. Or nailhead, I guess you should call them. Which helps quite a lot. There's one over there, you can see his nails flying at me. Okay, we've got 8 seconds left on the healing timer. There's a heart back there. Okay, just go over this direction a bit. snails are starting to get over this way. The thing is, I think I have like a 20-some% chance to not get hit if attack's supposed to hit me. Between the like 16% chance that the I think it's 16% chance. I might be wrong about that. Anyway, between the multiple chances that are stacked up with my various dodge items, I think I have like almost a 20% or almost a 30% chance to not get hit. Which means that sometimes I can think I'm invincible when I'm not, because I haven't gotten hit by attack there. I need to look up in the wiki exactly what the chance is for the... I don't know what I call it again. Okay. I have killed so many enemies in the Crimson. And there is no Crimson Key to be had. I'm beginning to think the Crimson Key is purely fake news. It doesn't actually exist. It never has existed. Anyway, it is not nighttime, and we are no longer seeing anything other than normal Crimson enemies. So, let's go back to the house. And let's try to store all this crap. We have quite a lot of stuff to store. Okay, are there no banners in here? There are meteorhead banners. Okay. And a Dr. Flyman banner. This is probably the first banner we got. Either meteorheads first or something like that. Let's see if that part of the history is still remembered. Dr. Flyman, meteorhead, creature from the deep. Oh, okay, I see what happened. Dr. Flyman, meteorhead, creature from the deep, Frankenstein, Psycho, Swamp Thing, Fritz. Psycho, Swamp Thing, Fritz, Meteorhead. Meteorhead was the last one? Yeah. 850th Meteorhead. Meteorhead, creature from the deep, Frankenstein, Psycho, Swamp Thing, Fritz, Meteorhead. Okay. Oh, we got Butcher's Bloodstained Pants, which means we have a full set of Butcher's stuff. I think. Yes, we do. Okay. Strong Death Sickle. Here, what else do we have? We have 12 platinum. At this point, we have enough money, we can do almost whatever we want. Okay, so all of these things are stuff we have already. We do not want to sell that. Dr. Flyman mask might be new. Don't see one. I may just be blind, but I don't see one. Oh, we have an extra reindeer antlers. An extra ugly sweater. Actually, we have multiple extra reindeer antlers. Dr. Flyman lab coat, Dr. Flyman mask. Those might be the start of a set. Umbrella hats. No duplicates allowed. Okay. Now. More melee. Let's see, what is the best psycho knife? Pointy? Okay. Zealous Deadly Spear Staff. That's a magic weapon, I think. We might as well replace the base Deadly Spear Staff with that. It's not a great roll, but it's better than no roll. Okay. Death Sickle and Psycho Knife are already replaced. Toxic Flask. It's magic damage. We have a Manic one. Adept is better. Has a little less speed, but it's not worth spending less damage on more speed, in my opinion. Alright. Give me a bunch of money, trader man. Oops. Didn't want to trade that. I'll keep it. Thank you very much. There we go. Now we have yellow marigold to drop off. On our way back to building the arena that we were so rudely interrupted in the middle of. Alright. Solar eclipses are surprisingly hard. Okay, so the basic idea is that I'm standing in my little bunker, firing out. Pew, pew, pew. And then whenever a threat gets too close, I can just right-click. And with Smart Cursor on, right-clicking will automatically flip the lever that's right at my feet. And so if I stand here shooting out this way with chlorophyte bullets, whatever's in front of me will have a very bad day. Now, grand design, buddy. We need to place... Oh, we'll use blue wire. I don't like using red wire because that's the trap wire color. We'll go to there. All right. Now, one level below the wire is where we start our actual construction. Might not want to be this close to the edge of the world. I'll have to think about this. Kind of want to be over here where we're not hard up against the edge. There. There we go. Okay. We'll do the teleporter one back right there. So these are 3 tiles. Something like that. See, how did I build this one? Okay, 3 tiles to either side and then wall it up. There. Now. Switch to wire cutter mode. Step. There. This little idiot is going to have to go. Goodbye, Chester. I think that'll work. Now, if I really wanted to be fancy, I'd make it so I was standing in a pool of honey at the same time. Probably not worth the effort. Yeah. Don't even know if it's worth putting heart lanterns, that kind of stuff up. But we'll see. It probably wouldn't hurt anything. I hope these are far enough apart. If not, I guess we can move one end a little bit. Okay, so that's the basic idea for the fish run arena. Stand on top of teleporters. Shoot enemies who don't like me. Actually, we probably could actually use this. If the attacks reach about halfway, probably would work, but it would be incredibly inefficient. Because I would prefer him to spend most of his time in the other half of the arena from where I'm at. But definitely an Uzi with chlorophyte bullets should be good enough to do it. Which means we're going to have to mine a whole bunch more chlorophyte, but anyway. I need to do a chlorophyte farm too. Okay, let's go back home. For the Empress, we're going to do something similar. Let's turn old Chester back on. The Zest armor banner, we need to go hang. But it's going to be a little bit more complicated. Basically, for the Empress, I want to do it so we teleport from here to like here or something, and then here, and then here, and then back again. Or, better yet, from here to here to here to here to here, like that in a circle. Maybe. And then we do just that. We stand there with chlorophyte bullets and shoot at the Empress, and every time she looks like she's about to hit us with an attack, we teleport away. I don't know how far we really want to have teleports. Don't want to teleport too far, and I don't want to teleport too close. But as long as we fight her at night, it shouldn't be a big deal. Hopefully it'll be at least as easy as the fight with What's-Her-Face, Plantera was. Plantera had its moments, but overall, we first tried it and it wasn't that big of a deal. I still need to put siding on this house. I might as well just accept that that's never going to happen at this point. Okay. Let's go ahead and put away our stone. What goes here? Like that? Oh, there's the grand design that goes there. Okay. Of course. Okay, the teleporters and levers go into the wire stuff. For later use, the ace rod goes back over here. And the construction tools. The mummy mask, we already have one, so this one gets ditched. Okay. Now, how much chlorophyte ore do we have? Basically none. Okay. How much mud do we have? Come on. I know I have some in here somewhere. There we go. A lot. Okay. Let's go mine some seed chlorophyte. Okay, don't care. There's still some stuff I could get, like the sundial. But I'm not really all that interested in those things. I wouldn't mind having them, but okay. Dual hook. I should probably sell that immediately. We have a ton of them already. What I really should do, I could build a formal chlorophyte farm and all that stuff. What I should do is just get seed chlorophyte and then just plant it all over in the mud around the early parts of the... Really glad I got that lucky Uzi drop. I was like my first or second dead trapper. It's like, boom, free Uzi. We would have been able to make the Mega Shark by this point. For fast firing gun, but... Okay. What am I looking for? Chlorophyte. I thought I saw a small amount of it down here somewhere. Where did I see that patch of chlorophyte? There's another mimic. Philosopher's Stone, of which I have dozens. Or would have had dozens if I hadn't sold them all. Ah, there's some chlorophyte. Oh, here's a bunch of chlorophyte. Gimme. We go ahead and mine most of it out, and then we're going to fill it back in with mud. Go away, damn you. Can't you see I'm mining here? Okay. No chlorophyte over here. Fix that. This probably isn't the best place to do a chlorophyte mine. Actually, instead of mining the chlorophyte, I should be replacing it with a mud, just outright using the replace function. Well, anyway, we have 19 pieces of chlorophyte at the moment. That's enough to get some pretty serious replacing going. Or, you know, planting. Oh wait, there's a bunch of it right there. How'd I miss that? Go away. You're disturbing my mining. Okay, let's mine out this lead. And replace it with mud. Want that well lit so I'll be able to see it later. There we go. There we go. Close that for better future growth. Hello, let me guess, you want to take me to something that's useless to me nowadays? Oh, look. It's a heart thingy. Wow. Completely useless. I can't even use them to make heart lanterns like you can in the previous health upgrades. I'm so blessed. Okay. Let's just go ahead and plant random chlorophyte all over as far as we can into the walls. Okay. Blood Moon. I'm 99% sure the Blood Moon doesn't drop anything that I would find useful at this point. Which is unfortunate. Okay. Now, in addition to my relatively informal just plant the stuff everywhere farm that we're kind of, or farm that we're kind of making right now. I probably should go build a more formal, structured, actual chlorophyte farm somewhere. Hello, chlorophyte ore. I'll just be mining you, don't mind me. Hello. Titanium. Can always use a bit of titanium ore. Okay. There's a bunch of chlorophyte, actually. Yes, please. Take all of that. And then we will entomb the remaining bit. There. I think that's some kind of gem down there. Okay. Actually, ideal place to plant it. Up and down the sides of the main shaft. Because you can reach farther into a... Just go ahead and mine that out. Alright, I should probably go back to the surface and deal with this blood moon thing. There's some more. Close that in with mud. And never mind the last little bit of chlorophyte. Or at least I don't. So that should get me at least a few bullets. I'll be back for more later. Okay, it's midnight. Let's go engage in some blood moon fishing. After I put out my frost hydra staves. There we go. Eventually we'll get something nasty. Okay, fine. Go away, both of you. I could really do with another Dread Nautilus. I almost killed one the last time. Okay, we've been getting a bunch of pre-hard mode enemies. Damn it. That was just a broken line. Hello, Mr. Worm thing that used to kill me every single time and is now going to die really easily. Okay. I really should be fishing with my fishing gear on, but... There's the Blood Rain bow. I think I already have that, though. And have had it for a while. Alright. Oh, we got the Chumcaster, too. Okay. It has less fishing bonus, but more chance to fish up enemies, so I'll take it. I don't know if it makes a difference. Enough a difference. Will be worth using? There's a Hemo Shark, which I think I might have successfully killed one once. No, it's morning. Yeah, we got a pirate map out of that. Jellyfish necklace. Wow, you've been a busy little summon all night, didn't you? Shark fin. Okay. So we got some nice stuff. I think we already had a jellyfish necklace. Yeah, we did. That's new, I think. It goes in the tools chest. That goes in the food chest. The Chumcaster gets stored over here with the rest of the fish stuff, which I think is in here. No, not you. This. There we go. Okay. All this crap. Okay, Nature's Gift we have tons of. Dual Hook we have tons of. Dye bits we probably have a lot of, but who cares? They still get stored. Mud block we're keeping in our inventory. Jungle Bat banner we need to go hang. Well, we'll grab the Nature's Gift later. Okay, you are getting sold, Dual Hook. Goodbye. Okay, this goes in the food chest. Pirate map goes into the valuables chest with the other summon items. Don't know what I'm ever going to do with the rest of these mechanical cart pieces that are extras. Okay, let's go hang this banner. Boom. These go to the fisherman. These go to the dye. Dude. Actually, let's put the mud away. Do I not have any squid ink left? Guess not. Okay. We're off to see the fisherman. Might as well ask you about a quest. Caught in the surface forest. Sure. That's just right over here. We'll do it. Okay. That was not the right button. Come on. There we go. Okay. Think anything useful? All right. Now. We've possibly improved the chlorophyte situation considerably. We'll have to wait and see about that. There's little tiny spots of it all over the place down here now, though. Let's actually look around using this map. We've got a lot of stuff revealed. Let's look around, see if we can see any large patches of chlorophyte. Don't really see anything that jumps out at me immediately. There's some. That's probably some. There's some giant palladium and copper nodes. Lots of lead, mithril, and boring stuff like that. But I really don't see much chlorophyte. Problem is, it's a green color in a sea of green. Or that's a problem, not necessarily the problem. Oh well. Could probably do more exploring off the sides of this downward path. And over around this shaft as well. I don't think I've ever done any chlorophyte hunting over this area. Yeah, you know what? Let's go over there and go do some chlorophyte mining. It'd be faster to run to it from the jungle. After we get rid of this blue slime banner. You know, it's kind of funny, after all that rabbit collecting in the early game, we never did end up using explosive bunnies. Okay. Supposedly, traveling merchants can have a new valuable thing with them. This one doesn't. Some kind of gun. I don't remember what it's called. Oh. Okay. Starting from the jungle. We go this way until we hit the edge of the Hallow. Which is right over here. This the right shaft? Yes, it is. There's that sword shrine that I should probably have dealt with a long time ago. Specifically, I should have saves come my way to a... Oh, what is it called now? Terragram, maybe? Did I... Okay, I didn't bring any mud. Or, yep. Go away. Okay, so this area has been explored previously. However, it was never explored after the introduction of chlorophyte. So there is quite a lot to see and collect here. Okay. There we go. I reach that. The answer being, of course, yes, yes, I can. I really should have brought some mud with me. Now, if I remember correctly, Hallow can't expand in the jungle. Unlike the corruptions. Because the corruption can dry mud out, turn into dirt. Or, you know, when I say the corruption, I mean whatever kind of corruption the world has. So it also applies to Crimson. Whereas Hallow won't dry mud out, and therefore it won't turn into dirt. And therefore it can't be overtaken. So really we didn't have to dig a containment shaft through here, probably. There's a Plantera bulb. Every time I see those things, I'm half tempted to smack it with a pickaxe and see if we can take Plantera on with current gear, but Plantera is a much harder boss than most of the early bosses that we'd be easily able to smack around if we wanted to. Actually, we were down here when Chlorophyte was spawned last. Interesting. Why didn't I mine any then? Oh, because I kept mining it, I think. That had to have been it. Okay. Let's go ahead and plant some small bits of chlorophyte in the walls. Okay. Yes, you're so proud to guide me to a life fruit, I mean. The one thing we definitely don't need. Okay. Traveling merchant has departed. Bit of chlorophyte. Okay, I've been up here before. Why didn't I harvest this then? Whatever. That was weird. Huh. I got a little tiny bit of rocket boot effect there. Oh, there's more chlorophyte right there. That's definitely not supposed to happen when you have wings on. Because the rocket boots replace, the wings replace the rocket boots. And the rocket boots just give you extra wing flight time. This lead to get out of the way. Okay. That's not a great place to plant more chlorophyte. We'll just mine it all. Hello, rock golem. Goodbye. There's a bit of chlorophyte trapped in rock. We might as well mine it all because it's not going to spread there. Okay. More chlorophyte trapped in rock. This must be the very edge of the jungle. Eventually, someday, this whole area will probably be hollow. Okay, back the way we came. Yeah, eventually we're going to need a lot of chlorophyte to make chlorophyte bullets. I think it's 1 bar, aka 6 ore, for every 50 bullets. Which, using them at the rate the Uzi or the what do I call it? Well, using them at the rate that any of the fast-firing guns uses, but that doesn't last very long. Pretty sure I've gone through over 1,000 bullets in a boss fight before. Chester. Take my stuff. Thank you. Actually, get your little chesty butt over here. Hold still so I can select. Okay, fine. Get down here. There we go. Moss Hornet banner. Is that the only banner in here? Looks like it. Okay. Removing the banners so I can more easily track what order I got them in. Okay, there's more chlorophyte. Let's see, do I have a bit of mud? Yes, I do. Might as well seal that up. Mine a bit of titanium. This little idiot wants to show me something? Sure, why not? Where are you going? That way? Oh, the life fruit. Honestly, okay, fine, he disappeared. Good. There very much is nothing in there that I want. Let's put it that way. Alrighty. Onward and downward. I think I've been through here before. Yeah, I've definitely been through here before. Because of the railroad. Stop it. There we go. There's a bunch of green goodness. We'll go ahead and mine the last little bit there. Because we'll leave. Go away. We'll leave that piece. And we'll backfill the hole as much as we can. Which is apparently that much. There's a bit down below us. I'm gonna plant a few seeds in here, maybe. We haven't gotten much chlorophyte. Oh wait, we have a bunch inside Chester, that's right. There we go. That's plenty. There's a cabin down there. And some chlorophyte on the way, so don't mind if I do. go. Into the deeps we go. Anything good in here? Not really. Okay. Probably should go back and dump our inventory soon. Yeah. Yeah, we should go back and dump our inventory. I have to mine this out. We'll leave that little bit as a seed. Okay. Put a torch there to help mark it. Not that a torch really marks it all that well, but it does draw the eye at least slightly. Might as well. Oh. Inventory is full. Inventory is no longer full. Bit of chlorophyte. Okay. Chester, buddy, give me that mud back, please. Thank you. Yeah. Dig most of that out. These bastards over here have annoyed me. Ooh, that's a large chunk right there. Yes, please. We'll leave behind this little bit as a seed, and we'll re-enclose it with mud. Highly doubtful it will grow to its former glory, but we will give it a chance. Go away. That's a pretty large chunk too right there. Actually, multiple pretty large chunks. Replant. Okay. We'll leave that bit. Those bits are all too close to stone. So we'll leave a bit up here at the top. Where did all my mud go? There it is. Okay. And we will grab onto the ceiling there. Put a torch there where we can see both the seeds, and we're out of here. Okay. Is that enough to be worth digging after? Nah. I will mark it though. Okay. There's some. Okay, we probably should get out of here. We drop a torch there. All right. Those we will sell, that we will sell. Those we'll keep, that we will sell. That we will keep. It was Hornet then Moss Hornet, right? No, Moss Hornet then Hornet. Alright, let's go hang these banners. Boom. Boom. And boom. Let's sell the last few bits here. There we go. Nice. Piggy bank is definitely empty. Yes, it is. Let's try doing the Old Ones Army event. Let's see. We have a ballistic cane around here somewhere. There it is. Now, I think... Oh, do I want to keep the melee build for this? This doesn't give us much extra melee damage. If on the other hand we go for... Ah, damn it, I forgot to look up what the best summoning armor available at this point is. Let me just do that real quick. Which one of you tabs is it? There we go. Okay. It looks like the next upgrade to Tiki armor is Spooky armor. But Spooky armor has less minions, although they do more damage. Okay. Unfortunately, Spooky armor isn't available until we do the Halloween quest, or Halloween event, which I'm not going to do just yet, I think. We will try it with the melee build. I think I have some crystals left. Oh, wrong crystal. There. Okay. I have a crystal. I have my summons. All the weapons I'm likely to use. Now I want to see if I summon these first. Will they stay summoned? Actually, I want to put them out here more. Will they stay summoned when I actually start the event? I'm guessing the answer is probably yes, but we'll see. Okay. Please die, thank you. Now we need to go pick up all the mana they dropped. Okay. There's definitely more aerial units to worry about. However, we're going to be much more effective against aerial units with this loadout than we were the previous time around. So I don't think we actually need to worry too much about that. Back off, Buster. Okay, we need more ground defenses. Okay, we've got 6 seconds to go get the mana that they dropped. Make that no seconds. Hey, back off, Buster. Ouch. Okay. Note to self. Ground enemies are a much larger threat than they were the last time around. And we are dead. By the time we get back there. Yep. Okay. Oh, we got a goblin banner, I guess. Okay, the good news is we can have extra sentries out. The bad news is we're going to need to do a lot more about those ground enemies. I need to deploy my stuff in a completely different order. Although aerial enemies are still a problem. Okay. Let's go ahead and try that again. This time I will buff up a little more. It's not like these crystals are expensive or anything. Okay. I definitely should be using flasks more often. Okay, you go there. You go there. Okay. You go out there. Back off, Buster. Okay. Piercing weapons are still really good. I'll fire that off this way. I need to remember to use that and the rainbow gun a little more often. Okay, that's better. Right there. Okay, back off. Owie. That is extremely unfortunate. Yeah, we're doomed. Okay. Let's see. There we go. Now, most of those are of no use in this, though. Deploy Tiger, which I forgot to do last time, actually. Oops. Yeah, okay. So we need to do at the start of every wave. We need to fire the rainbow gun somewhere useful. Need to deploy the frost hydras. I think that's a reasonable place to do it. We'll put the Nimbus clouds there and there. No, there and there. That's reasonable enough, I suppose. It's not like they're gonna really do much for us, honestly. Okay. And then we'll put this out there again. Okay. First wave is easy as always. One goes there. One goes there. So this time I'm going to fire the rainbow gun. Nope, not right there. There. That should just get everybody coming in from that direction. Additionally, the rainbow gun probably won't last the full wave. But it should last enough of the wave to apparently body their defense is pretty darn hard. Wow. Okay. Hey, get back away from there, you. There we go. Okay. Get your asses over here. Okay. That rainbow gun is doing a real number on them things. Look at that, wave complete already. Oh, get away from that, you. Who do you think you are? Okay. Back off. Okay. Got another wave in a few seconds. I have time to carefully place this crap. Come on. The crystal's gonna die before this thing does. Yep. Well, we got something from the ogre at least. think we might have gotten really close to the end of that wave. Let's see, what all did we get from that? Dark Mage Relic, Ogre Relic, Dark Mage Mask. Summons a Black Tome mount. Interesting. And summons a Light Pet. Okay. Let's try this mount out. It's highly unlikely that it'll replace the other mount, but... Okay. So this seems to work exactly like the Magic Carpet does. Okay. No. Not quite the same as the Magic Carpet. It jumps to a given height and it stays there stuck until it runs out, until the time runs down. Okay. And no matter what you do, you can't go higher than that until the time runs out. Meh. Alright. Now, about these relics. I don't think we've gotten a Dark Mage relic yet. Which is odd, considering he was definitely the main boss last time around. Yeah, we have not gotten a Dark Mage relic. Okay. Maybe that's hard mode exclusive or something. So I guess we'll stick it right here with the rest of the relics. Same with the Ogre. I have a feeling we got very close to completing that. But very close doesn't quite count. Alright. Where's that merchant? He's in the main house. Okay. I don't think that summons would be better for that than the Terrorblade was. The Terrorblade... Okay, Orange Zapinator. It is not a material. So I'm not overly interested in it. It's a magic weapon. Yeah, let's not. Okay, Dark Mage Trophy. That goes into the wall crap. Okay, that gets sold. That gets sold. These go in the pet chest. That goes in the Vandy items. Okay. This one is a light pet. That's a mount. And this is, I'm assuming, a one-off Vandy item. Alright, let's sell this crap and then I am going to go turn my lights on because it is getting dark in here. There. I will be right back. I am visible. Okay. Except as a very white face staring out of the darkness. Now. That was kind of fun to try those events. More serious attempts will need to be made in the future. I don't really think they drop anything I'm particularly after. We're definitely going to have to... let's go look at that arena a little bit. There's some changes I want to make to this thing. Okay, these things... we can't have them there. Let's just put them over here. Like that. Now, I want to put accutators on some of those lines. Do I have enough? Maybe. Probably not, but maybe. Let's find out. Okay, blue wire. I think we can turn platforms on and off, but I guess we'll find out in a second here. Boom. Okay. I'm going to rig this so it flips from the same lever as what is used for turning the ground on and off. So that when you set this up for ground combat, perfect. That means you won't have to deal with ground enemies quite so low. I probably should do the bottom two for ground combat. Kind of curious. Can I still put stuff on here? No, I can't. Okay. Didn't think I could, but... yeah, let's do another level. That means that when I change this to ground combat mode, the bottom two levels of platforms will turn off, so that'll be out of the reach of most ground enemies. Okay. Boom. No. My relics. That's fine. We'll just move them up. Okay. So I'll be able to move up here. It'll be out of the sight of most of the ground enemies. And this will be the place to fight bosses and such like. I think this is probably the arena we'll use for main events. With perhaps some moderate changes, I don't know. This should be acceptable to use on most events. We should be able to hit ground enemies from up here. They're just slightly out of view, they're not actually gone. I'm tempted to put... let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9. It's about 200 and some accutators per... You know, I might modify this some. Let's go buy more accutators. Hello, Miss Mechanic Lady. I'll take a few thousand of these, thank you. That should be plenty. Oh, and I need switches as well. The small kind. I think I'm going to make each individual platform individually switched. That's more than we need, I think, but... yeah, I have changed my mind about this. Okay. I will have to find a different place to display these relics, though, if we do this. Oh well, I'll figure something out. Okay. There we go. And let me just bring this over to their side. At least the torches don't pop off. That would be annoying if they did. We would have to do this a little differently if they did. It wouldn't be that big of a deal. We would just have to go along and remove the agitator and every tile that has a torch on it. We are not going to put agitators underneath the tiles that have the main arena gear, though. Just in case. Because I don't want to see that go horribly, terribly wrong. Not that it would be that hard to fix, it would just be a pain in the butt. I'm not particularly fans of unnecessary pains in the butt. This is absolutely unnecessary and kind of silly, but we're doing it anyway. It's not like I can't afford it, so why not? Okay. I am very slightly tempted to go ahead and build this arena taller. And I'm also very slightly tempted to make it so that you can turn off, instead of a whole row, turn it off in like a checkerboard pattern. That would require a bunch of work though, which I don't particularly feel like engaging in. At least not at the moment. Maybe in the future. Let's see if those water candles stick. Okay. Hello? You should be able to be placed there. These can go flat on a surface, can't they? Yes, they can. Can they only... oh... can they not be placed on platforms? Apparently not like that. Okay. Well, in that case, let's see. First of all, let's replace that platform they got in the wrong state. I guess we can put little bits of stone there. On both sides, because symmetry is important. Okay. And all the way up the measuring stick here. Because symmetry is important. Okay. Wyverns, the once fearsome terrors of the sky, are now slightly less threatening. Okay, let's make sure these are all switched to the same state. Because we don't want the switch to accidentally be backwards. That would truly be terrible. Not that it would make a difference whatsoever, but oh well. Okay. Where should I put these relics? Alright. The water candle can still be supported. That is good news. We could install switches on both sides and it would still work just fine. Remember correctly, the way that Terraria wire logic works is a little bit demented. But oh well. I'm not going to do that. There's my Blood Moon fishing thing. One of several. Okay. I am tempted to run another wire for the bottom two so that they do automatically turn off with this. We'll just leave them turned off. Okay, so we have two. I'm going to leave every other one turned off for now. More flight-friendly arena. Okay. Can I turn them off, please? No, I can just set them to faded. Unless I turn mechanical display off completely. What happened here? Let's fix that. I think it must have got hammered by mistake or something. There's another one. Boom. Okay. That'll do. Just fine. A little more wing friendly now. Takes less time to fall. That was one of the big problems with the old arena spacing. It was great in pre-wing days, but going down took too much time because you had to fall through every single one on the way down. Okay. That's a pretty solid improvement to that. It's probably be acceptable to use it for the various moon events now. Now I just need to figure out what I'm going to do with these. Yeah. Let's see how fast we can murder the eye. This should be fun. Hello. Sucks to be you. Can I summon more than one? No. Damn it. Goodbye. Oh no, he almost survived past the spinning phase. Okay. There was a grand total of no reason to do that, but... we have even more relics to deal with now. We can't put them on the ground because the ground turns on and off. We can't put them on the platforms because the platforms turn on and off. The traditional just put them on the arena where you killed the thing is apparently no longer going to work. Oh. Maybe we should put platforms running up and down through the fishing area and put them here. Dude, that's probably not the dumbest thing I've ever done. It's dumb, but it's not the dumbest thing I've ever done. Assuming we can even fit them all in here. Which seems like it's going to work. And once we start getting event boss ones, they need to go in here. That might be a different story. Get him, kitty. Okay. Go away, all of you. So far, the idea of putting the second and subsequent trophies, not trophies, whatever these are called, in the arena where the boss was killed. Well, it continues to work its way out, I guess. It is a minor problem occasionally, but... Go away. Now I'm tempted to build an automated loot collection thing for this. Bring all the coins over to one place. I need to figure out if it's even possible first. So, the person I need to talk to about this is not you, I don't think. No, it is not you. Okay, who is it then? The steampunker, I think. There you are. I would like to buy a rather large number of conveyor belts. I'll buy about 500 of each direction, which is way more than we need, but... yeah, good enough. Make that about 450 or so. And the idea is if we replace this... oh, I need to also visit the party hero and buy some bubbles. I want to see if I can move items through bubbles. Might as well buy a bunch of bubbles and use them later as well. Okay. These get sold. That gets kept. That gets delivered eventually. There we go. Now we'll go hang up those banners we got. And we'll go build some experimental things. And if they work, then the arena is going to be retrofitted. Okay. We'll build them over on the other side. Actually, no, we have trees there. Damn trees always getting in the way of progress. Okay, fine. Training dummies need to go. Okay, so the idea is... well, first of all... apparently... we can't... let me try something. Yeah, that's... you can't have... okay, can I hammer these things? No. Okay. So we can't move items upward this way. We can move them downward. Alright. Now, if I put a bit of bubble there, and we drop an item on that, the item will go through the bubble. Okay. So we can have coins be brought over to the edges and dumped into some kind of collection thing. Or I would rather they be brought toward the middle The problem is it possible to elevate items somehow? Yeah, we can do our building up here, actually. As far as I can tell, the answer is not with these. Let me check something on the wiki real quick. Okay. Wait. It is possible to do that. Or no? How does this work? Okay. Okay. Oh, they can be hammered. Okay. Okay. Problem solved. Get away from there, you. You're not allowed in there. So we can just lay this solid. Drop the items down underneath this. Move back up. Run across here. Use bubbles to keep the liquids from getting out. Hello, Ash. Welcome here. This will really only work with coins, though. Or we could floor this with bubble and then have like a 2 tall or a 3 tall chamber with the actual collection thing, and then bubble them up in the middle here, so you can just run over the middle to collect whatever loot. I think that's probably the actual solution. Let's do some digging. Okay. There we go. Do I want to dig down one more level? So if I do like this, then I can walk through here if anything goes wrong. I think that's probably a good idea. Then we'll go back through and we'll replace the lower level with stone. Okay. I did bring stone with me. No, I didn't. We'll get some. Okay. And back wall. Now. Of course. Unlike back wall, you can't just run while placing blocks. Yeah. We're going to replace all of everything that has fluid sitting on it is going to be replaced with bubble. This is such a silly project, but I like it anyway. Meanwhile, we really should be building a truffle worm farm and getting ready to kill Fishron and Empress of Light. Okay. So we want this one, yes. I probably shouldn't have put this in yet. Well, I guess we can just do that. Where did I put that bubble? Damn it. I quick stacked it into the inventory, didn't I? Dummy. Where even is bubble stored? Not there, apparently. Where would I put that stuff? That's weird. No, there it is. What's it doing in there? Okay. I forgot how slow it is without boots. Okay, here we go. Screw it. We're running. Okay. And we can't just replace... What? Alright, fine. We need to remove this conveyor belt. It was a mistake to put it in this early. We're going to have to remove that lava and redo it all. Which is fine, because I think there's a single bucket for each one anyway. I need to put the background wall in anyway, and I just remembered, which is why we're doing this. Let's see. Really can't replace that? Nope. Okay. Where's the back wall? I must have forgot to mark the back wall as required and quick stacked it. Well, that's unfortunate. Okay. So what was in these two slots? The grand design goes there. Wooden platforms go there, okay. Fishing rod goes in there. Let's sell these loot items. Okay. Now, back wall, which I have a ton of in here, but quick stacked it because I forgot to mark it essential. Okay. this stuff can be placed as fast as a normal person can run. Pretty sure it can't be placed at boot speed, though. There we go. This will stop enemies from spawning down here, amongst other things. Oh, wait, we can't put... yeah. We can't put, bubble underneath the lava because the enemies will just fall through that. What was I thinking? We'll have to go with the original plan. Slightly modified. We'll still use this Underworks plumbing area, though, I think. Oh, and we're out of background wall. Alright, let's go craft another bunch. Don't even have to go inside for this. That should be more than enough. So we're going to replace the underlayer with conveyor. Moving toward the center in all cases. And then to get it underneath the honey. You know, I can just outright remove the honey pools. They no longer serve a purpose. I mean, they kind of do, but there's a better way to do them now. So let's do that. I'm going to need... I'm going to need the... where I call it. Oh, the lava bucket and the lava sponge for this job too. So we're gonna go grab them next. Yeah, cat! Rescue me! Okay, the cat rescued me. Yeah. We're gonna remove the honey. Which means that this area I just finished building is probably completely unnecessary and worthless. Go me. All right. Yeah. I wish I had the infinite honey bucket and that kind of stuff at this point. Let's grab our empty buckets. Bottomless lava bucket and the lava absorbent sponge. We might as well collect as much of that honey as we can. There we go. And to get rid of the rest of it, turn this on. Boosh. And there we go. Crispy honey. Okay. Where's my background wall? There it is. Boom. We're going to put in some bubbles of honey. How about right there? Just either side of this. Fill 1. Fill 2. Now we'll go fill our empties over here. And we will exterminate the remaining honey with the help of some lava. Because I don't want to make a mess. Okay. That already had most of the back wall, apparently. Make sure it has all of it. And then we will turn the cover on. Fill that in. We got to make some minor modifications with the help of the Grand Design. Boom. Cut that out. Draw that in. Cut that out. Draw that in, and we're done. Okay. With that part of it anyway. Wiring done. Now. Yeah. Go ahead and suck up all the lava. Like that. And then cut the bottom out. I think I'm going to leave 2 tiles on either side of this. Yeah. That'll be perfect. Then we'll put in background wall, because why not? There's no real reason to put background wall here, but we'll do it anyway. Yeah, we'll just put all the way across. Now, to put in the actual conveyor belt. Oh, we can just do it freestanding. Okay. I think freestanding only works with this background wall. I don't know. In any case, this should cause all items to move to the center. And we'll take the opposite direction and put it there. It also should help move items to the, or creatures to the center, which I'm less sure about actually. Maybe I should have it move to the outside, drop it down here, and then move them to the center. Let's see how this works without lava enabled first. Because I might have to change the direction on all of these. If it actually, if these actually do shove creatures around, yeah, they definitely shove me around. Here. Cat, you're useful and all, but sometimes you get in the way. Okay, they apparently do not move creatures around. Because they're not moving the slimes around, so that's good. They do move me around, though, and I'm not sure I like that. Is there any way to solve that problem, though? Yes, there is. It's called putting lava in here. Because with the lava waders, I'll just sit on top of that. Okay. 2 buckets full? I think 2 buckets full is enough. Two buckets full is very risky. But it does look like it is actually enough. Okay, good. And it's just enough I can stand on top of without the thing moving me around. Unless I drop through it deliberately. And it's just enough that we can catch the top of our head. Not quite in the honey. And that is going to be a problem. Well, we can just jump into it, I guess, if we actually want it. Like that. Not hard. We're gonna need to add 3 buckets full, aren't we? Okay, that's the 3rd bucket full. Okay, 3 buckets full of lava. That should bring everything to the center. Apparently there's a very specific depth of lava you can do where it will burn up certain coins but not others. Namely, you can get it so it burns up copper coins but not silver coins. Because the silver and gold coins are larger than the copper coin is. And lava doesn't burn stuff up unless it's fully submerged. Which is interesting. I wonder if I can get that. Well, with the stuff to pull it to the center, it's not going to matter because I can just drop down and grab it. Okay. I'm tempted to try to fight a, we're gonna call it here. A solar eclipse here. Just to test this properly. Okay, so we actually have to move to the edges here to pick the loot up. That's fine. Now we have a completely unnecessary tunnel underneath this, but... Actually, putting the honey here is probably a pretty good idea, because hopefully it'll slow enemies down that have to move through it. I doubt it'd work against the event enemies, though, for this event. Matter of fact, I don't even know if it'll allow us to place that anymore with these bubbles here. Kind of curious. If I open this up, It should be flat enough that it will allow us to do the event. And while the event enemies don't take damage from lava, it would hopefully bring the mana to the center. I'm going to go ahead and try it again after we dump all these items. Okay. We do have a rather large amount of things to go into the wire stuff chest. Got a switch. Bubbles, I guess, will go in here because they're kind of adjacent. Wraith banner, possessed armor banner. Okay. Target dummies get placed back out there. There we go. Let's go hang those banners. Which one of those came first? Possessed armor, then Wraith. Okay. That's what I thought, but better to double check than be wrong. How about no? We'll leave that for later. Put these guys out here. There we go. Go get rid of those marigolds. And we'll buy a crystal. Oh, wait. They added the new staffs now. 60 defender medals. I only have 27. We might have to farm that a little more. Is that a whole second set of... Increases max number of sentries by 2. Increases summon damage. Increase summon damage. And these are sentries by 1. Yeah, there's a whole new set of sets of armor. All of which are sentries plus 2. 1421. Yeah, that's nowhere close to as good as I can get with good melee armor. Obviously it's summoner armor, but still. It's crappy summoner armor, I think. Okay. 5 gold. I thought those were like 50 silver. Maybe they change price when they hit hard mode. Oh well, 5 gold is basically nothing. And we'll more than make that back in the event. Do that. Summon cat times 2. Let the frost hydras out. Okay, so it is going to work. Not sure why they're transparent. This is bringing the mana to the center, which is going to be of huge help to me. I don't have to go try to collect it all. That's kind of awesome, not gonna lie. Also need to repair the torches out here. Maybe it's because they're in mana, not mana, in lava, why they turn color. I know they're not supposed to take damage from lava. Complete. I'll put one of you there. There we go. Hey, back off, Buster. Wave complete. Go. We've got a Dark Mage coming in. There he is. Pop goes the Dark Mage. Got a Dragon Egg. Interesting. There's a Dark Mage over here. Hey, stay away from that, you. Okay, that Dark Mage is dead. Go. There's definitely an enemy, boss coming in from that side. Back off, enemies. Well, this isn't going to end well. Actually, we defeated the boss before the end of the wave. We might actually be able to succeed. Yeah, we finished the wave. Awesome. There's another wave yet, though, apparently. Okay. definitely going to lose this wave. Ooh. Maybe not. Nope, we did. Well, we were winning, and then we weren't. I just need more boss DPS is what I need. I think maybe I need to put my turrets closer to the center. But we got a couple dark mages and an ogre killed. As well as a dragon egg, which summons a pet dragon. Unfortunately, no pet can ever be quite as cool as old Chesty here. So the dragon egg goes in with the rest of the pets. That's junk and gets sold. That's also junk and gets sold. Ogre's Club summons a baby ogre. Okay. Don't need that. You have an ogre relic and 2 dark mage relics that go out there. 15 more defender medals. You did Old One's Army. You find places for turrets. Attack the air first. Really good. I have been not having any trouble with air recently. Now, the first time I did it, pre-hard mode, the only problem I had was air. But I've not had any trouble at all with air since then. Another run or two, and we would have enough to buy the better version of the Ballista too. Anyway, hello, Bo. Okay. Ding. Oh, wait. There was a bunch more loot hanging out there that I didn't grab the first time around. Including a bunch more relics. Okay, that's a lot of relics. At this point, I don't think we're going to be putting those relics out anymore. We have way too many of them. Also, 25 defender medals. That's enough to go buy a new Ballista. I'm not sure if I should buy the Ballista or should I buy something else. Because the Ballista does a lot of damage and pierces, but it's a bit slow. I'm not sure if any of the rest of these would be better than the Ballista or not. I didn't like any of them pre-hard mode. None of them seemed good. But now, I don't know. Go buy the Ballista staff. Actually, will you give me defender medals if I choose to sell the old one? No, you won't. Okay. Didn't think you would, but worth a try. Magic weapons chest is basically full. I don't need the amount of armor I have. Okay, the ogre trophy. Those two get sold because I already have a ton of them. I already have one of those. They can be sold. Those go in the wall crap chest. Like that. And then we'll take a chest and we'll put the relics in it. Out by the arena. Where's the chest? There it is. Oh, what would be a good chest for this? Sure, why not? Honestly, I don't think there's really any reason to do this anymore. Well, no, that's not true. There is a bigger, better boss that comes along eventually that I wouldn't mind getting drops from. I need to place some torches, so let's close this up. Like that. And like that. Then we'll take the Skyware chest and we'll put it right there. And we'll put the mini boss relics in it. And honestly, I should probably collect most of these relics and put them in it as well because... yeah. Go cat. Now, if I remember correctly, none of these enemies take any damage from traps or anything of that sort. So building any kind of traps won't help us. The only reason I had the floor open at all for the fight was because it helped by moving the mana to the center where I could easily grab it instead of having to run out to the edge every time. If I was building Arena strictly for the Old One's army, I would floor it with these things. And then I would dump water over top of it. Just a real thin skin of water. Just enough that I could stand on top of it using the Terraspark boots. Okay. What would actually probably help... okay, we don't need a great deal of mobility for this. Especially not with the floor the way it is. So we can probably turn the wings in. And... that would actually be about it, honestly. Let's see, what boosters do we have available? We could use a warrior emblem, 50% damage. Or we could use a shark tooth necklace. This is where it'd be nice to have a second set of gear that was rolled for the plus damage instead of plus defense. We'd be giving up a lot of armor, but we don't really need that much armor for this battle. Okay, let's sell that shackle. Just to get rid of it. Anyway, I don't know why I'm bothering with that right now. That's not my primary concern. What time is it? 5 a.m.? Let's go talk to the fisherman. I guess the reason I'm bothering with it is because I wanted to test to see if that floor was going to work. Cotton Sky Lakes. You know what? Screw it. Let's do it. I really want to kill the Empress of Light in Fishron today. So I should probably stop goofing around and make an effort. Okay, traveling merchant. Where are you? Right up there. There is a chance that there's a certain gun, the traveling merchant. I think you might have it already. Okay. No thanks. Here, have some fish. Fin wings. Okay. How good are they? Wiki. I still have the wings page open, I think. Yeah, I do. Okay. Where do fins show up on this list? About the same as the fairy, harpy, or frozen wings. Okay. Yeah, no thanks. Although they might look cool. Let's see what they look like. Nope, they look silly. Okay. I think I have wings stored with the movement accessories or with the other? It's with other. We may or may not have a few accessories in here. Including a moon shell. Okay, well, anyway. This accessory is kind of cool. Where's it at? There. It's a vanity accessory. And it makes the world look spooky. As far as I can tell, that's the only thing it does. But I'm not actually sure. Alright, Empress of Light. Let's go build the Empress of Light arena. This should be relatively straightforward. Want some wire. We're going to want my teleporters. And the levers I bought for that exact purpose. And I think that's it. Let's see. The Empress is going to be fought there. Just running is probably the fastest way to get there. Teleporting from the jungle might be marginally faster, but... %20 increased movement in the cake. That should help offset anything. Doesn't feel like we're moving 20% faster, but... Looks like the halo is fully spread through this area. Good. Okay, so I was thinking we could teleport from here Okay, if we teleport from here to here, maybe. Yeah, that's too high. We're no longer considered in the halo. This is a little too close to the next destination. This is a little too close to the previous destination. But what if we do... no, that's not going to work. Yeah, because when we come back, it'll be... I was gonna say, what if we teleported from here to here? That is far enough away. But then we can make it over here. If we make it back over here, We could do it with just 3 teleporters, I guess. No, we can't because... Yeah, we can't do it with just 3 teleporters because we can't have it in a loop that way. Yeah. All right. That's way too close to each other. What we need to do, I guess, is build another platform like right here below this one. Oh, I guess that's why we brought rope. Back here. There we go. I don't think I'm going to build little huts or anything. We're just going to leave these open. We'll put 1 teleporter. Oh, you can't put teleporters on platforms. Oh, yes, you can. All right. Do like that. And put 1 over here. Which we do have full buffs here. No, we do not. We have the fire heart lamp. We don't have a cat statue here. I guess we do have full buffs there. We should get some cat statues and bring them over here. Did I remove the heart lantern from here? No, okay, I didn't. Okay, so we teleport from here to there, to there, to there, to there, and so on, around and around in a circle. That is the theory, anyway. We will see how well this actually works in practice. There. Me flipping the lever there is just me being silly, honestly. Okay, now, grand design. Why am I still carrying the ballista staff around? I don't need that. Okay, whatever. Okay. So. No accutators. No. I thought there was a way to get this to work. Yeah, forget it. There we go. That's exactly the pattern I wanted right there. Boom. Okay. That should work correctly, I think. That's not going to work. That would work. How about I replace this with green? And then we remove the blue. Yeah, that wasn't so bad. Okay, now we place green, or blue I mean. There. Damn it. Come on. I know you can do it. Boom. I'm being weirdly picky about exactly which direction this faces, but that's fine. And then we do green. There we go. Oh, come on. There. Okay. Now let's make sure this actually functions. There. I'm wailing away at the boss. Whee! Okay. Perfect. That should work perfectly. While I've been here working on this, apparently the cat has been busy. Give me the loots. Those three can all be sold. Blue slime and pixie banners need to get hung. It just turned night. Let's go see if we can indeed murder the, what's her face? I'm going to try doing it with my current build without changing anything. That's probably stupid. But that's fine. I'm an expert at being stupid. It's not quite action night, but it is close. By the time we get there, it will be night. Oh, wait. We can't put the torches like right there because it'll be shut off by the... Okay. 7:30. Blood moon. Alright, well, I guess that's a wrench in the plans. Okay. Don't mind me just putting my loot away. Okay, those get sold. That goes into the magic weapon container. Zombie banner. Not actually interested in any of this. What I am going to go do though is go to Blood Moon fishing. Might as well. There's nothing these guys can drop that I'm even mildly interested in at the moment. Okay. goes there. Okay. Blink. A Reaver Shark. I remember fishing for the Reaver Shark early in the game. And how annoying and slow it was. And how many tries it took. Go away, please. You're not actually what I'm after. I don't even think you drop anything that I need. Okay. Back to fishing. The cat continues to make a mess that I'll have to clean up afterwards. Okay. That was a pretty hard mode enemy. I remember that being extremely difficult. It was so tough and barely could do any damage to it. Okay. Sawtooth Shark. There's the Dread Nautilus. Hurry up and die, please. Thank you. Get back over here where the camera works correctly. You've taken very little damage, actually. This is like the second time you've seen a Dread Nautilus? Sanguine Staff, okay. And a Bloody Tear. Not that we needed one of those. 41 summon damage. It has been thoroughly obsoleted by this point, I think. Hello, Dolphin. This is very red. There we go. 27 gold already. Yeah, let's continue fishing. There's nothing better to do. Who knows, we might get some new loot. But the main thing we were after was a sea snail. Oh, they dropped the purple dye. That's right. I think. Okay. Little chesty jumping in and out of the water sounds just like the bobber does. And that's a problem, so I have to stand up here. Okay. Vampire frog staff. Interesting. I think that's new. Summons a vampire frog to fight for you. At 11 summon damage, so that's probably pre-hard mode, at a guess. That was a pre-hard mode enemy anyway, after all. Okay. Oops. Well, after we dump this loot, I guess we will try to go capture a truffle worm. You know, there's some very cool mounts and stuff that have you move faster in the water or in large amounts of lava. In the case of the one shark mount, but none of them are actually something I would use, honestly. There. Sometimes the money trough is easier to use than old Chesty. Got a bit of loot up here. Okay. Black and purple ink. There we go. Alright. Back home to dump this crap. Here, Chesty, give me the my loot back. We definitely have a lot of duplicates of certain things. No. Okay, fine, whatever. Be that way. Okay. Okay, the Vampire Frog Staff is new. The Chumcaster we already had. Jellyfish Necklace we already had for sure. Let's put the things you want to keep in the top row here. Or top rows, I guess. Okay, this stuff all gets sold. Yes. Okay. There we go. The pink jellyfish banner gets hung. That stuff goes to the fisherman. That stuff goes to the dyer. And these things go into the magic weapons chest. We'll deal with that later. Get rid of the rest of this crap first. Also, let's talk to the fisherman while we're here. Oh. Okay. The time has come to create a new chest. We'll store it in a frozen chest, because why not? Let's name this one. Tools. Okay. And this one will be renamed Summons. And we'll grab all the summoning weapons out of the magic chest. Think that's everybody? Yes. There. Oh, there. Okay. Now, into the depths. The problem with summons, they make a mess. We are looking for truffle worms. And the lazy way to find them strange plant detected nearby, huh? Let's drain this segment. If you drain it, where will the water go? It will go down here, of course. Come on, hurry up and drain faster. Truffle worm. Where? There it is. Yay, we got a truffle worm. Okay. We can now summon everyone's favorite monster. There's another one. Where? He disappeared. Okay. Go away. There it is. Get over here, yo. Technically, outside of the weaponry preparations, we would be ready for either of these enemies. Fishron, I think, can be killed during day or night. Get him, cat. Okay, there's a truffle worm right up there. There we go. This is actually the first time I ever went hunting for these things. The only thing I really knew about them previously is that if you get too close to them, they run away and burrow. But apparently they don't do it all that quickly. Because everything makes it sound like they disappear practically instantly. It's like, oh, you really have to hurry to get them. It's like, no, you don't. Just as long as you don't dwaddle, you're fine. We caught a mouse. Let's see, Mika. I'd probably be the skeleton merchant. Oh, he's gone now. That's probably fine. I don't want to deal with him anyway. Yeah, go away. Okay. And they spawn just like enemies do, so they spawn just off the edge of the screen and move toward the center. Just leave me alone, okay? Got 2 of them already. As soon as it gets close to night, we're gonna leave no matter how many of them we have. Oh wait, we have 3 of them already. There's a mimic around here. Not that way, apparently. Die, mimic. Titan glove? Don't mind if I do. Truffle worm. Where? Probably below us. Okay. Make that. He's probably despawned. Couple glowing snails. Why not? Leave me alone, you annoying bastards. This would definitely be easier in a dedicated farm. Because then if I see one listed, then we know it's nearby. Okay. And there it's at. Okay, we have 4 of those things. How many of these do I really need? Not that many, but I guess the more we get, the more I can just YOLO into Fishron. Go away. Okay. Surprising how effective just waiting is. Truffle worm. There he is. Gotcha. There's a worm. There's another truffle worm. How many of them things do we have by now? 6 of them. Pretty nice. Go away. Thank you. There's another one. That would be like 7 truffle worms. We're probably gonna have to fight Fisheron more than once. If we want things like, say, his wings and stuff like that. Obviously, it'd be ideal if we didn't have to. But according to the wiki, you will need an average, I think it was, of... I don't remember how many. It was a bunch. If you want all of his drops, which... I mostly just want him dead. There's a truffle worm. Wereworm. There worm. Also at 6. Okay. Let's go try to kill the Empress with minimal preparation. This is probably going to end in tears. That's fine. We can always get more stuff. Summoning items. Prismatic lace wings. They're not particularly hard to catch. Apparently they're harder to catch than truffle worms, but that doesn't make them hard. Okay. I'm sorry, Chester, but you need to go away. Okay. Apparently there's a right moment to dodge that and a wrong one. Ouch. we are 1,000,000% gonna die. This is working, sort of. I think I'd be better off with hallowed armor, honestly. Yeah. I think I'd be better off with hallowed armor for the every 30 seconds you're invincible buff. And definitely a gun with chlorophyte bullets would be a lot more effective than this weapon, which I already knew. Speaking of which, how much chlorophyte do I have? Actually, quite a lot. Okay. So we can make a few chlorophyte bullets at least. Let's go put the truffle worms away. Okay, so we did learn some important information, which is what I wanted to do with that fight. Okay, the mouse goes in the small animals chest. The snail and the glowing snails and the worm all go to the fisherman. We gotta go hang those banners. Okay. So the Empress of Light. A large part of it would be learning to dodge the attacks better. Which ones do I actually have to teleport for? Which ones do I have to teleport multiple times for? Apparently, if I put them farther apart, I'd probably be fine on this. But the distance I put them at, some of the attacks can still turn around and come at me. Some of the attacks, if I teleport too early, they still follow me. Basically, if I learn the attack patterns a lot better. And if I had a better gun. Let's see. Snail goes there. We have quite a large assortment of random, mostly useless baits. Okay. I'm not even gonna try fish run with the that thing. There's no reason to. Do I have a bunch of bullets available? Yes, but I don't have any base bullets. Okay, we're gonna buy some of them. Let's go ahead and buy a whole load of basic musket balls. Just a couple. And we will then craft a bunch of chlorophyte bullets. Oh, they come in stacks of 60. For some reason I thought they came in stacks of 50. We'll make a lot of them because they're going to be exceedingly useful for boss fights from now on. Now, we will keep the endless musket pouch in my inventory for now. I think I'm going to try killing fish run. Okay. We're getting a little low on iron skin potions. Let's make some more. We need to go get day blooms too. Why are all your doors hanging open? You don't have anything new or interesting, do you? No, you don't. Okay. Didn't think you would, but I had to check. I'm going to go ahead and harvest my day blooms right now. Because I have tons of seeds, I don't need to get more of them. Oh, it won't even allow me to harvest them. Wow. Okay. I guess we wait till day then, which is about a minute away. So the fish run fight, it's going to be the same basic thing as the Empress fight, except teleporting side to side. I need to get myself... Probably I'll use Hallowed Ranger armor. And we definitely want to get the ammo save chance buff. Use the Uzi. Put sentinels on top of either one of the little hot things. Not that they'll do much. He's a 3-stage fight on master mode. Okay. There we go. Now, back to the forest. There's nothing that indicates that someone's a boss. Except the absurd base power. Or bait power, I mean. Okay. Why do I store mushroom grass seeds in here? When all the rest of the seeds are on the other end. You know what? Sometimes it's better not to ask questions. Flask of Ichor isn't going to be useful for this. Not really. We'll go ahead and put it in that slot. Ranged weapons. I think the Uzi is the best available at the moment. We could make a Mega Shark, which would save us more ammo, but the Uzi I think has higher DPS. Slightly. So we'll use the Uzi. Yeah, hopefully this works. Alright. And then Hallowed Ranger armor. I did make Ranger armor, right? Yes, it did. Okay. We'll just put the beetle armor away for now. That drops us by more than 30 armor. But it gives us 15% more damage. And actually a bit more than that. And a bunch of crit. 24% crit chance, 41 damage. Okay. We're not going to be moving at all during the fight. So, let's take the stinging necklace instead of a wing. The fire gauntlet isn't going to be useful at all for this, is it? Unfortunately, the molten quiver only works with arrows. Okay. Do I have a ranger emblem? No, I don't. We just use the warding avenger emblem then. Yeah. And we could also replace the Terra Spark boots. Oh, let's see. With what? Summon damage isn't going to be useful here. None of these are particularly useful. Do we have anything good in protection? Yes, we do. Star Veil. Okay. Okay. Technically, the Master Ninja gear could also be ditched. What would I replace it with, though? I wonder if Philosopher's Stone stacks with Charm of Myths. Probably not. Ooh. Shiny Stone would actually be a great choice for replacing that. Okay. So this is the order those go back in my inventory, so I know what to replace. I'd have to re-roll the shiny stone to get it, though. I mean, I don't have to, but I want to. Okay. How much is it going to cost me? 10 gold. That's not too bad. I probably should have went with the... I think it's Jagged that we got early. For the extra damage. But screw it. I've been doing warding the whole time. We're going to continue with it. There we go. Okay. Greatly increased life regen when not moving. Now, if I remember correctly, I built my... we're so slow. Let's try our little fish run arena out here. Oh yes, that's right. We don't stand on top of water anymore. Oh. Okay. Swiftness, not gonna matter. Regen will definitely matter. Flask won't matter. Food. 2 times tiger. Put you on instead of rings. Okay. And we need to put the truffle worm in there instead of the master bait. Fishing power. Warning! Sucks to be you, fishy boy. It's going to take quite a while. not want to get hit by anything. If I can avoid it. Howie? We're not doing much damage per second. But we are slowly killing him. This is, however, only the first phase. Okay, so bigger pot might be a better idea. Or thicker walls, at least. I don't think any of his attacks can go through walls. I need to be more willing to teleport faster. Okay, we're definitely in his second phase now. This is actually working shockingly well. Cheese for the win! I shouldn't be too confident yet, though, because we still have his whole third stage yet. We haven't taken damage for a while now. Up there we go. Third stage. He's invisible on this stage, except just before he charges. We are still doing damage to him. And we won. First try. That's pretty cool. Okay. Let's re-equip our gear. We have a Duke Fishron relic. We have a treasure bag from which we got the Razor Blade Typhoon. Cast fast-moving razor wheels. Okay. And the Shrimpy Truffle. Nice. Let's try that out. Okay. It's pretty fast in water. Bit slow in the air. Very slow on the ground. Okay, very slow in the air. Unless you just recently touched water, and then it's actually pretty fast. As soon as his eyes stop glowing, though, it's like, ah, screw you. Okay. So I guess if you were to put small pools of water around your arena that you could splash into periodically, this might be pretty adequate for, or pretty excellent for, maybe, boss fights. I'm willing to bet that if I put bubble-supported walls full of water periodically, you just fly back and forth across the arena at full speed constantly. Okay, that's cool. Alright, back to home. We are going to want to use this instead, though. Okay, the Fishron relic now goes down here. Boom. The first goal for the night has been completed. Or the first major goal. We used up a lot of our chlorophyte bullets, though. A lot of them. I'd probably want to re-roll this. Yeah, that's a lot of mana cost. Okay, we'll sell that. The rest of this all gets kept. Okay, these 4 items. I think we're going to put them in the weapon booster chest, even though they're not weapon boosters. Because that way I know where they're all at. And I can easily find them. So these are all items I can just grab and use for a boss fight where we don't have to move much. Okay, the chlorophyte bullets and the Uzi go back in their chests. We're probably going to want to fight Fishron a few more times. Whether or not we'll use that exact set of weapons or not is another story. We need something with homing ability. I don't think these have any homing ability. They do pretty good damage, though. When they're not sucking up my mana. Oh, they do home. Okay. I wonder if this is actually a good option for anti-Fishron duties. We would need to do something about mana, though. Because we're not going to pick up much. Actually, these would be terrible. This would be terrible because we don't. It'd be a great weapon for certain things. Terrible weapon for other things. And Fishron is one of those things, because being trapped in a room like that, yeah, not workable. Okay. We'll put the shrimpy truffle with the rest of the mounts. Quite a lot of gold from that fight. Sell the fast clock. We have tons of those already. Wow. How about we sell a few of these? Celestial magnets we'll keep for now. Movement. We'll sell a couple of those. Sell a couple of those. Sell a couple of those. Sell one of those. Okay. Sell one of those. That should be fine. Honestly, everything in this chest should be sold because we have... Well, our inventory is almost full. Let's go sell. Yeah, those are only worth like half a gold each. The developers know. Okay. This is another place where most of those should probably be sold because they have no use anymore. We'll sell all but 2 of each. Okay, we already did that here. Apparently not, actually. Okay. Those can be sold. That can be sold. And that can be sold. Okay. Give me the money. Not that we're at all short on money, and not that that money would actually go very far. Actually, we almost got a platinum out of that. How much money do we have? 11 platinum. Okay. Pretty reasonable amount. I can remember on my very first run, I never saw a single platinum. I didn't even know platinum coins were a thing until I saw them on a map that had all the items in the game in it. And I was messing around on that map, trying out some of the stuff that was far off into the future to see what it was like the drill containment unit and cool stuff like that. It was like, wait, here's a chest full of platinum coins. What are those? What do you mean there's a fancy coin that... Okay. No. I bet we could kill Fisheron with a combination of the rainbow gun and the Terrorblade. Let's try it. We've got tons of truffle worms. Let's go waste a few. If it doesn't work, what's the worst that can happen? As far as stuff, Starvale's mostly useless. Because ideally we don't take damage very often. Preferably never. Stinger necklace, maybe. Shiny stone, maybe. Avenger emblem, probably. You know what? Let's just try to do it with our current gear. Just to see if we can. I'm really curious to see if we can. Wait. We found a mysterious plant. Strange plant, whatever. Okay. Fish run. There's a solid chance you're not going to die. Oh, it's kind of working. It's definitely solving the bubble problem. We don't have to worry about the sharks. This is going to be definitely slower than the proper way. And I don't know how the third phase is going to work out. But it is working. So far. Ow. Messed up. We are still using the Ranger armor. Oops. I should have swapped back to Beetle armor. Or at least to the other Hallowed armor. We're getting close-ish to his second phase. I did not equip any potions. I should have put the, at least the flask on. That would be helping speed up DPS a good bit. There. Let's modify Fishron's color a little bit. He's into his second phase now. Ow. Ow, ow, ow. Okay. that thing killed us. We probably would have been fine if that hadn't spawned right on top of the teleporter. And we probably still would have been fine if I had teleported back quickly enough. Okay, that's interesting. That means if I put a little tiny bit more effort than that into it, like actually use my potions or remember to, maybe drop a couple of sentries around, deploy the Nimbus rods behind me, so they're likely to fall on top of him when he spawns in on the 3rd phase. We could actually body him pretty hard, I think. Or at least not die quite so quickly. Okay, let's go check out what this die is. Let's try that again. Reflective gold die. Ooh, fancy. Hello, Sealith. Also mentioned changing armor. Yes, I did, and I had completely forgotten about it. Let's get some reflective gold shades, why don't we? Then we will go back and change armor. Thank you very much for the reminder. I think we're going to keep hallowed armor because that was actually helping quite a bit. But we're going to switch to the mask for the extra damage. The beetle armor, actually I'm going to look up what exactly does the beetle armor thing do. It says the beetles protect you or something like that. But what exactly does it do? Okay. With the scale mail, we get the Beetle Might offensive buff. Increases melee speed and damage by increments of 10%. Yeah. Boost can be raised to 30%. That's fine. We're not using that. We have the shell. Beetle Endurance. When the player avoids taking damage, the buff reduces damage taken on the next hit by 15%, and further boosts to 30% and 45%. The player continues to avoid damage for a longer duration. That doesn't seem as useful as the Hallow one, though. Definitely useful. But in this case, the Hallow one would be more useful. Alright. Is there anything else I wanted to change? Yes, I wanted to put that gold die away. Oops. We have golden shades now, which is cool, though. I think I may have already said that, though. Golden wings might be cool, too. We'll wait on that till we get back, though. Yeah, we're definitely not as buffed out as is possible for us to get. Put a cloud there. Put a Hydra there. Hydra there. Cloud there. That should hopefully hit him when he appears behind us during the Barrel columns. Okay. Smart cursor on. Remove that so it doesn't interfere with smart cursor. And there we go. Now we're ready. Okay. When in doubt, teleport. The worst that will happen is it takes longer. This is going way faster than last time. I don't know if it's the sentries that are helping a lot, or if it's just the fact that I'm using the Ichor buff from the start. Or if it's the bonus damage from the armor or what, but we're definitely killing this guy a lot faster. Also, I don't think I've taken damage yet. We're almost to the second stage already. Okay. We should definitely, yeah, we're definitely into a second stage now. I think we would have just taken damage there if it wasn't for Hallow. There, we did take damage. Uh-oh. I tried to teleport, it wasn't quite fast enough. Okay. These things spawning on top of me are the problem right now. How do I solve that? I don't think I can. We just have to hope we don't get unlucky. Okay. Still. That was getting pretty close to being able to kill him. And that's just with the Terrorblade. And not doing anything except holding down left click and pressing right click periodically. Popping a few potions and stuff like that, obviously, but I need to make more regen mana Iron Skin potions. Let's see. Okay. Swiftness, we don't use very often. Flask Liquor, we have plenty left. More food. We probably need to go fishing. Let's see. Tuna. How many tuna do we have? Hey, Rashiwashi. Fishing? Oh no. I'm not gonna go fishing right yet. But I should at some point. Oops. Yeah, we definitely don't need to yet. Let's see, red snapper. How many of those do I have? A bunch. And flounder. I don't know if I have any flounder. Oh yeah, I do have a bunch. Okay. Yep, we got plenty of food. No fishing needed for a while. Well, it is getting close to night. At this point, legal required part every game has to have. It's such a boring activity. Okay. Let's get ready to go murder. Specifically, I want to go attempt to murder the Empress of Light using the same gear we used against Fishron the first time. Okay, we're fully buffed up. Deploy cat. Deploy food. There's no point to using the Flask of Ichor because... Actually, that's not entirely true. There is a point to it. You could smack her with the Terrorblade and then hit her with the Uzi. Alrighty, so... Okay. Change our gear. We are going to have basically no real way to move around with this on. Yes, we will trade that out. Because the Terrorblade is not going to be our primary weapon for this. It'll be Chlorophyte bullets and an Uzi. Okay, good. We dropped it. Nothing. Left click, you fool. Where's she at? Over there. Ow. This is going better than last time, but it's partially because I have more experience with how to and when to dodge. Okay, we haven't taken damage for a while now. I should have shut my mouth, of course, but that's still kind of holding. We're still only in our first phase, but... Ow. Ow. Okay. We're out of chlorophyte bullets now, which is exceedingly unfortunate. The rules are here the same as Fish Run. Teleporting more is not bad. Ow. Okay. It's actually remarkably successful. Ow. I'm kind of amazed that this is even sort of working. It's just taking a while. It's almost morning though, which is a problem. Because she enrages in the morning. I don't know if we're going to be able to kill her in one night. Because if we get hit even once in the day, it's over. Get over here, you. We've got about a minute to kill her. Come on. Nope. We're doomed. Yep, she's enraged. Yep, there we go. That was really close, though. Okay. So I'm not sure if we did more damage after we ran out of chlorophyte bullets or before. But the Uzi with chlorophyte definitely didn't help as much as I thought it would. Also, it's a flipping solar eclipse. Okay. We need to swap gear because this gear is absolutely unsuitable for this fight. Okay. I hope you suckers are ready for this. Hello, Mothron. I would appreciate it if you left me alone. We all know that's not going to happen, though. Ow. Okay. We are sort of half-assedly geared for this. Kind of want my other armor. Thank you very much. Let's see if we can get it. Okay. Damn nailhead. Nailhead's cannon will... I wish they were a little larger. Like, did the same damage, but just were physically larger. So I could see when they were there. Because they kind of disappear into the crowd as it is. I'll just take the honey buff, thank you. Mothron, you are assuredly not welcome here. Come on, just need to hit you a few more times. There we go. I really should be fighting this over by the Crimson in that little arena I made. Because we still don't have the Crimson Key. That said, apparently the back wall here is a mistake. Because that makes it so that the Oh, those stupid things are caught down there. Well, they were caught down there anyway. Okay, that is another problem. We don't actually need that area down there, and it's now causing problems. Okay. All right. No, Mothron, why? Uh-oh. Ow. Note to self, always make sure to land somewhere where the monsters aren't. Okay. As for Mothron's Reign of Terror, there it ends. Alright. I forgot to pull Chester back out, so I wasn't able to ditch my gold. Turns out that is actually useful and important. I really should be doing blood moons here instead of solar eclipses, but well, the game decided to give me a solar eclipse, so here we are. Ouch. Okay. No, not another one. Why, Mothron? I probably look too much like a light. But you were fooled. I was not a light. I was a bug zapper. Just watch. Now I'm gonna die. Okay. got a nail dude out there. Oh. There he is. Pretty sure those things are supposed to be some kind of mini boss or something, because they only seem to appear one at a time. Okay. There's another one. Okay. Come over here. I was about to say something and then decided not to. We'll wait till it actually happens before I talk about it. Or until the event ends, whichever happens first. Come on, just give me the damn crimson key, please. Supposedly you guys can drop it. Okay. Ow. I was in the middle of trying to press the button to heal myself. Alas, it did not work. Okay. The event is over. Hopefully those are all the guys who stole my gold. Looks like they were. Okay, there's no chance that we got what we wanted from that. Doesn't look like it. Okay. So those items we will keep for now. Eye spring. Is that actually new? It is. Okay. Got a bunch of banners. No duplicates, apparently. Okay, the Uzi is not something we want to sell. I think everything except the banners is stuff that we want to sell. Let's go hang the banners. Okay, Deadly Sphere. Butcher. Creature from the Deep. Dr. Manfly. And the Possessed. That is definitely our second Mothron wing. Probably third, actually. No. One is enough. We don't need two. Okay. Actually, I want that. I don't know why I want it. Okay. Go put the Uzi back where it belongs. I don't think the Uzi did enough damage to be worth using against the Empress. We were able to survive the whole night until the Empress enraged. So we just need to get a little more damage out of something. I think if I keep the Warding Fire Gauntlet on instead of the Shiny Stone, we could probably do it. And instead of using the Avenger emblem, if we use the Warrior emblem, which I think I have. Yes. That would give us a little tiny bit more. Like 3% more damage, which really, kinda, but... Instead of the beetle armor... Actually... No. In addition to the beetle armor, we should make the other kind of beetle armor. This is the maximum protection beetle armor. For the Empress fight, I think we want the maximum damage beetle armor. Because that can give us up to 30% more melee damage if we go long enough without taking damage. I think that's what it was. Let me double check. Beetle Might increases melee speed and damage in increments of 10% when dealing melee damage to enemies. Boost can be raised up to 30%. The rate at which it increases depends on total damage per second. Okay. Dealing less than roughly 180 damage per second will not grant Beetle Might at all. The buff depletes at an accelerating rate as long as the wearer does not deal damage, meaning the buff will reset very quickly outside of combat. That may or may not be a problem. In any case, we would need more Beetle Shell. Which, good news, I know how to get more of that. Yeah. Okay. Well, the Shiny Stone is not a good choice for this. Let's go roll that Warrior Emblem. There's a specific somebody we need to go fight now if we want to do this. Okay, if I take... There. We'll keep the menacing one, actually. Yeah, we'll take menacing. That'll give us almost 20% more damage. You know, if I were to re-roll all of these to menacing, no, that'd be a terrible idea, because most of these are, like, this is a protection item. We don't actually need this at all for the fight against the what's her face, the Empress. This is a bad choice for that fight. So that would give us 3 items. Life regen, more damage, more damage. I'm going to re-roll the Stinger Necklace as well, I think, to try to get menacing. Well, now it keeps giving me warding. Okay, there we go, menacing. Because that's a damage enhancing item. So if we keep warding on our defensive items and put menacing on our damage enhancing items, except the stuff that we're going to carry with us all the time, like the Fire Gauntlet, that can all stay warding. Yeah. Okay, but first, rather than go try to murder the Empress again, I am going to go do something completely different. Namely, I am going to go try to murder Golem again. Because I think I can do a pretty good job of it. And if I, let's see. The fastest route to get to the Jungle Temple will be through here, so leaving from the jungle and heading toward the ocean. Okay. Deploy cat. And we just go straight down. Let's see, when we killed Golem, what did we use? I don't remember what weapon I used to kill him. Also, this isn't the path I wanted to take, it's too far. This will lead to it. I think. Okay, it will lead to it with a bit of modification. I don't remember what we used to kill Golem. Pretty sure it wasn't this weapon. But I don't remember what it was. It definitely wasn't this armor. Because this armor was gotten. Did we use the summon build to kill him? Almost had to have. This is why you place torches everywhere you go. So you can tell where you've been before. Okay, here we are at the entrance to the temple. There's a mimic, but we'll leave him alone. He doesn't have anything we need. Okay. I think we were using the whip. And then either we used... I don't think we used a gun. We didn't use a ranged build at all. I think it might have been just the summon build. Which this is definitely a way better or stronger build than that one was. Okay. Deploy those. Deploy those. Rainbow gun. Like that. Okay, we're gonna have to fire the rainbow gun again. Maybe we did use this. Nah, there's no way. Okay. One arm is gone. Both arms are gone. Torso is going. Being hit by something a lot. Okay. Golem is basically dead. Make that golem is actually dead. Alright, that wasn't too hard. There was a slightly dicey moment or two in there, but all in all, it was not too bad. Alright, what do we get? Beetle Husk, Lucky Sunstone. Okay. That makes us just flat out stronger during the day. And another shiny stone, which is nice. And another power cell. Hey, we wanted to fight Golem again, we could. It was never said that I am a smart man. Okay. Arms are gone. Might be taking a little too much damage here. Well, Then again, maybe not. Okay. We got a second sunstone. Alright, at this point we have all the beetle husks we can ever need. The sunstone can be combined with another stone we get that does the same thing but at night. I don't think we have one yet though. What if I put that in miscellaneous if I did? Oh no wait, there's the moonstone. Okay. We do have that stone. We get the celestial stone, which is another material. And the celestial stone can be combined, I think, with the moon shell. Make the celestial shell. Let's find out if there's anything else that can be done with it before I go doing that. Though admittedly I wouldn't have enough materials to make another one even so. Nope, that's all it's for, is making the moon shell. Okay. Unfortunately, this is one of those really cool items that it's highly unlikely that we would ever have the room to use. Turns the holder into werewolf at night. Merfolk can drink water. Minor increases to a bunch of stuff. Let's go find out. Oh, and I forgot to place my relics. Whoops. I want to find out. It says the holder. Does that mean it works for the transformation parts when it's merely in my inventory? No, it does not. Okay. That's what I wanted to know. Let's replace the Brain of Confusion for testing purposes. Okay, yes. It does work when equipped, though, of course. Okay. Oh, I don't see myself ever being able to use this. It gives a whole bunch of stat boosts. Just like a whole bunch of them. Particularly at night. Or when in water. But yeah. I think I have a golem mask already. Let's check. Maybe not. Also, what are you doing in here? This is for sets only. Well, there's a quick way to find out. Nope, I do not have a golem mask yet. Okay. So the celestial shell, I guess that goes in the other chest. Because it does so many things. This all gets sold. The sunstone goes in here. We have a spare. Let's go hang up those banners before I forget about them. Okay. And then you go over here. I'm kind of curious now. If you kill a boss 50 times, does he have a banner? Okay, that all gets sold. Not those, though. Those get put in the temple where I forgot to put them, and I'm going to have to go back and put them there now. Okay. Actually, let's do this. No. I was about to say let's do this later, but no. Because I need to mine chlorophyte. Because I need enough chlorophyte to make a another piece of turtle armor. Okay, that's not very much. We'll leave it alone for now. There's some chlorophyte. Okay. Did that literally just grow as I was consuming it? Sure looks like it. Okay. Let's just keep poking around here. Do that, please. Oh, that's right. Turn that on so I can see traps, because I'm exploring the unknown. Okay. Chest statue. Oh, there's a whole bunch of chlorophyte. There's yet another fairy. Let's replant a little bit. I'm gonna go over there, I suppose. Trying to lead me to a life fruit, the last thing I need. Oh well. Okay. I can't remember if I planted anything over here or not. I don't think I did. Oh, what is this? Seaweed. Someone's a pet turtle. Okay. Here, Chester. Take my random loots. Chester is such a good pet. Here, give me back my mud, please. Thank you. Also my golem relics, which I forgot. My whole reason to come down here was to put those golem relics away, and I forgot about it. Go me. Okay, let's go do that now, why don't we? Then we should teleport to the ocean and have a little talk with what do you call it? Have a little talk with the fisherman, see if he's got anything good for us, and when he inevitably doesn't, we need to go to oh, we're gonna call it. We need to go down and check on the places where we planted chlorophyte. See how that's doing. Okay. Over this way. It's a little bit disappointing that we got that close to killing Empress and then it didn't work out. All because of daylight. Alright, now rather than try to drag my way out of here. Okay. 41's not enough to make the armor, I don't think. Just gonna discard that because it's trash. What am I playing? Terraria. Okay. Nope, not interested. Wait, what was that? There's no way that's what it looked like at first. Wow, okay. That's a pretty sizable vein of chlorophyte. I'll just go ahead and mine all that out. Don't mind me. There's no real reason to replant this, unfortunately. It is but a small pocket. Okay. No, most of those have not grown at all. Some of them may have grown a little. Most of them have not grown at all. How come you're not being notified I'm on? I don't know. You just told you Af was on? Well, yeah, that's because Af just started streaming. I started streaming many hours ago. So I should have told you that many hours ago as well. Let's see. 5.5 hours ago to be exact. Or approximate, I guess. Well, another jungle key. Fortunately, we don't need one of those. Alright, well. I don't know if chlorophyte need... Oh, there's a bunch of chlorophyte right there. Anyway. You're probably napping. Quite likely. Don't know how much chlorophyte I need. Okay. That stuff's not particularly useful. Let's clear this stuff out. Did I plant a bunch around here? I don't remember. Maybe? I don't know. I don't think so. There's a few small patches here and there, but I think I might have planted some down this way, though. You're gonna say hi to Athen off the bed? Oh, see you later. Okay. Let us go back and see. I don't think there's any use for extra biome keys, but we have some. Also, yes, I did store stuff in Chester. I already have those. We can just sell those. That we keep. That we keep. That we keep. That we keep. And that we keep. Okay. The only things we sell are those. Seaweed. I'm gonna need a larger pet chest. We need to split it into pets and mounts. Okay. We'll go hang up that banner. Boom. Okay. Let's see if we have enough chlorophyte to do anything useful with. The answer is maybe. Let's grab a turtle shell. And a bunch of beetle husks. And let's see if I can make... No, I can't. Damn it. Okay. Okay. So we need more chlorophyte. Okay, there didn't seem like there was much in here, despite the fact that I planted a bunch. It just hasn't grown yet. Or at least not grown very much. I think I planted a bunch over here, too. So it looks like this is the edge of the jungle right there. There's a Plantera's bulb. Okay, jungle pylon. And head this way. over this way. And down we go. Oh, that's interesting. Gnomes don't turn into statues until they hit the ground, apparently. Okay. Not entirely unexpected, just kind of was curious what would happen. There's some, maybe. Okay. Let's replant that. There we go. Mine that out. Mine that out. Okay, there's a bit in there. Okay. Go over here and replant. Okay, we'll leave that little bit alone. We should get us like 5 more at the moment. Oh, there's a big old clump. Okay. This will definitely get us what we need. If we can't make a second set of turtle armor, or second, not set of turtle armor, but a second turtle breastplate out of this, then I'm going to be extremely surprised. Let me in. There we go. Up. There we go. Go ahead and make more chlorophyte bars. And then we want to make a turtle scale mail. And with that, we want to make a beetle scale mail. And the beetle scale mail will replace our beetle shell. And that will give us increased melee damage and speed. We lose, about 12 armor. Well, exactly 12 armor. But we gain, so very, very much. Alright. This will probably allow us to kill the Empress Elite. Because what we needed was more DPS. Let's go try to murder Fisheron again as a test. With the Terra Blade, which we have not successfully done yet. Okay. Alrighty. No, get in there. Okay, there we go. Okay, now. That goes on instead of that. This goes on instead of those. This goes on instead of that. Okay. That will go there. Okay. There we go. Now. That's worthless. Okay, cat is deployed. Time to go fishing. I think he doesn't like us very much. Now, the last couple times we would have been fine, except the Sharknado thing spawned right on top of us. Also, previous attempts we were using hallowed armor. So we will take a little more damage now. Okay. Basically, if you happen to get a Sharknado on top, plus we're screwed because there's nothing we can do to escape. Uh-oh. Well, remember what I said about if we get a Sharknado on top of us, we're screwed? That is exactly what happened. We must have gotten extremely lucky the first time. Because it's happened every single time since the very first time when we killed him. How am I going to avoid that problem? I might have to use the Star Veil. Because that would give me... What's this look like? boring. That's what it looks like. Also, I was going to try... What does Golden Wings look like? Kind of dark. Actually, you know what? That looks cool. We'll keep it. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Would it be possible to set up a second set of platforms to switch to when that happens? Maybe. However, what I probably could do, I guess, would be set up to teleport in a square instead of... Because see... trying to move to a second set of platforms would be somewhat difficult while we're being attacked. But I could set it up to teleport in a square instead of teleport between two locations. Let's see. Kind of like what I have here for the Empress of Light, where we teleport in a kind of a circle. Alternatively, the Star Veil might work. The warding, yeah, the Star Veil. Because this increases invincibility length to... I think it's 1.6 seconds or 1.3 seconds or something like that. So if we used that instead of the Charm of Myths, also I really should keep the Master Ninja gear on, because that does give me a 10% chance to just not be hit when I'm attacked. Okay. Blood Moon, I think. Yep. Okay. Blood Moon's easy. Hopefully we get the Crimson Key out of this. I need to figure out... There's no good choices as far as what to take. I've got a bunch of things that make it so I just don't get hit. And a bunch of things that increase DPS. Really? The only reason I need the DPS enhancers is... Okay, are the Blood Moon creatures not spawning here? And I'm not going to complain if they don't. It's definitely... We're getting the increased amount of spawns for the Blood Moon. Okay, I don't want those things spawning over here. Anyway, we'll worry about that later. For now, we'll just get the, see if we can get the Crimson Key. I have like 3 jungle keys. And I've been fighting as many events here in the Crimson as I can. Because supposedly, it doesn't matter what kind of monster it is for dropping the key. It just matters if it drops coins or not. If it drops coins, then it can drop the key. Also, we're keeping up our beetle buff pretty well. So it went down to 2 beetles for a little bit there. We got the third back immediately when we started doing damage again. Okay. Down to 2 beetles. We're still in just... Oh, nope. We're back to 3 beetles now, I think. No, we're not. Yeah, now we are. Okay. So it does take a little bit to recover if you don't do damage for a bit. I don't know why I keep saying we shouldn't take damage, because that's the other buff. We can take damage with this buff and won't lose it just fine. Yeah, see? 500 Terpling. Okay. And still no Crimson Key. Now, worst case, I might set up like a square of teleporters. Try to figure out a way to do it. I'm kind of curious, what would happen if I teleported from one ocean to the other ocean? Would Duke Fishron care? Because it would still be ocean. It might be an ocean on the other side of the world, but it would still be an ocean. I'm almost tempted to buy a whole ton of wire and run a wire from one ocean to the other just to find out. It would be entertaining. There's a solid chance he would despawn from distance or something. Although Fishron doesn't despawn if you leave the ocean. He despawns if you... he gets enraged if you leave the ocean. And does nothing but attack you over... or charge you over and over again. Apparently there are some methods for defeating him that exploit that behavior to get him into a predictable pattern. Probably not worth it. Give me the key. Hand over the key. Let's see if that despawned those. Nope. Get out of there, you're reducing my enemy spawns. Okay. Supposedly, what I read on the wiki, it doesn't matter what kind of creature it is, it just matters if it drops coins. And they specifically call out, what are you gonna call them? Meteor heads. as bad because they don't drop coins. And they specifically say that it can be worth fighting. No coat, huh? Okay. They specifically say it can be worth fighting events and stuff like that in whatever biome you want to get the key for. Yeah, it's just RNG being RNG. Most of the other biome keys I got absurdly quickly, so when I actually tried to get them anyway. Like the desert key, it's like, oh, let's go get the desert key. Killed like 2 or 3 monsters and boom, desert key. So I suppose the Crimson Key is my penance. There's a sandstorm. Don't care. The only thing that the special sandstorm mobs drop that... Well, I was about to say the only thing I need, but I don't need anything from them. Okay. Wild Blood Moon's over. Spawns have dropped to very low. I think this right here is an Abigail's Flower. Yep. Unfortunately, that's a pre-hard mode thing. That would have been really nice to have pre-hard mode, but I didn't get it in time. I didn't even realize that's what it was until I accidentally picked it up. Alright, let's go try to get these banners placed in the right order. Okay, Crim Slime, Chimera, Herpling, Crim Slime, Face Monster. Crim Slime, Chimera, Herpling. Crim Slime, and Face Monster. Nice. There we go. Mark those not for distribution. Those all get sold. Those get sold as well. I think I already have one of those. I know I picked one up at some point. Give me my money. We should talk to the tax collector and see how much he has piled up. Not very much. Clearly we should talk to the tax collector more often. This is actually armor. Okay. Oh. Snow coat, snow pants. Is there anything that made its way into here by accident that isn't... There's a snow hat, but that's a vanity item. We'll put it with the armor. Not sure if that's actually... These are materials, actually. Wait a second. You're coming with me, Buster. We're gonna talk to the guide and see what this is used for. Pink snow coat. Okay. And pink snow pants. There's probably a third piece to this set. or it might not be a set. In any case, it is decorative in all but name. Why do I have so many wizard hats? Let's go sell the extras. Okay. Okay. Oh. Now, back to the problem of exactly what I should be wearing. Okay, the Master Ninja gear, 10% chance to just simply not be hit by an attack. That's really good. I don't want to remove that. Terra Spark boots. Those can come off because we don't need movement. Wings. Those can come off because we don't need movement. Charm of Myths. Reducing the cooldown of healing potions is really good. Fire Gauntlet. That gives us more DPS, just flat out. We need more DPS or we're not going to finish the fight without dying. Maybe not for the Fisheron so much as the Empress, but for Empress, we just need more DPS. We were doing fine on the damage. Fisheron, the damage is the problem, not the DPS. Actually, let's list these in the order that I want them, how important they are. Star Veil, I think, is of utmost importance for Fisheron. Shiny Stone, maybe not. Shiny Stone might come last for Fisheron, actually. Okay. Ankh Shield grants immunity to knockback. That's about the only thing I actually care about here. Is the immunity knockback thing. Because I don't want to accidentally be knocked back, so to speak, off the teleporter. Brain of Confusion. I think Brain of Confusion has a 16% chance to just not be hit. Let's double check that. Okay, I did not type that right. I tried to see if I could get the URL right and I didn't. Brain of Confusion. Okay. It has a 16.67% chance of dodging an attack, which is huge. That gives us like a 26% chance. Actually, it's probably less than that. I don't know how the two would add together. Whether it rolls the one chance and then rolls the other chance. But anyway, it gives us, we have a pretty good chance of not being hit with those two items on. So those two are pretty critical, actually. Okay, so the Fire Gauntlet can probably go. Because that's just more DPS. Star Veil gives us longer invincibility frames. So if we get hit by the tornado thingy, it'll take more time until we have to bail. This is 12%, that's 15% melee damage. And speed. I'm not sure which one of these gives us more DPS. But that's what we have. Little test dummies for. Okay. between 24 and 28. Okay. That was with neither of them. Let's put him on. That gives us like 31 to 34. And if you do the warrior emblem instead, okay, the warrior emblem is significantly worse than the fire. Interesting. Okay, now Stinger Necklace gives us more armor penetration. I don't know. I'd have to run a whole bunch of damage calculations, I think, to figure out if that's better. Or which one of these two is better. The shiny stone. Don't think life regen is really going to matter here. Also, I don't know if this actually works the way it says it does. Let's go stand over here. Actually, come back here. I want your help with something. Damage me! Okay, look how fast that regen is. Now. Wait, that only applies when I'm standing still. Damn it. Here, hurt me. I don't know if it applies at all when I'm attacking. Oh, maybe it does. Okay, we need to go get some damage done. The cloak isn't actually working the way I thought it might. Must be that lava does not apply frames in the same way. Okay. Now, we're just going to stand here and attack straight up. And we're going to see if our regenerate lies up or not when this stops damaging us. Okay. That's definitely unnaturally fast regen. Let's take a bit more damage here. Here. Let's unequip some items. Master Ninja Gear is amazing. Star Veil's great and all. I think this old Star Veil only applies when you're taking damage from a monster, though. Charm of Myths increases regen. We'll take that off. For any confusion. Okay, those three can be taken off for now. Because I want to take damage. Okay. We do have the shiny stone on. Okay. As long as we move around, the shiny stone definitely does not apply. Or at least it says it doesn't. I need to take more damage than that. Okay, wings. You are going to go back on for a bit. Let's go see if we can find a friendly monster to assist us with our endeavors. Hey, friendly monster. Okay, it's almost nighttime. Oh, hello there, slime. Hurt me. Sorry, slime. Okay, it is officially nighttime, I think, sort of. Yeah. Give me that damage. Okay, now, if you stand still, we start healing, in theory anyway, faster and faster. Okay, look at that. And it definitely drops back down to slow speed when I start using a weapon. Okay, so it's standing still, doing nothing. So that's useless to me. Good to know. Okay. So that's just a choice between whether we want Stinger Necklace or Warrior Emblem. I think we'll use Warrior Emblem. I'm gonna rearrange this stuff too. Or how about no? How about like that? Okay. Paraspark boots. Wings. Go away. I'm busy. Okay, these need to stay on while I'm traveling. Then when we get there, these two go on. These two go back in storage. Honestly, the shiny stone probably never going to be used because... Yeah. This is protection? Yes. Okay. Master Ninja Gear goes there. Like that, roughly. Squire's Shield. Apprentice Scarf can go anywhere, really. Yeah. Okay. So that should get us a significant amount more damage. A high chance to just simply not be hit. Okay. Let's go try to make old Fisheron regret his life choices. Why don't we? There's no particular reason to do this at night. Did I not put my wings back on? I did not put my wings back on. Moving around with boots, I can do that. Moving around with the wings. Very unpleasant. Okay. Nimbus Rod over there. Frost Hydra Staff here. Zip. Teleport over here. Nimbus Rod over there. Frost Hydra here. Stop falling in the water, you dingus. There we go. Okay. There we go. Now, it's pretty easy to get to second phase. Surviving the second phase is the hard part. The third phase is also a little tricky, but it's actually easier in some ways, I think. I probably should have went with Hallowed Armor for this fight, because that would give me another every 30 seconds survive a hit for free. Because really, I just need to be able to tank those stupid tornadoes. Okay, we're in the second phase now. Now I start spawning the bigger, worse tornadoes. Ow. Okay. Damn tornado spawned right on top of us, and we're dead, just like that. How do I stop that from happening? That is extremely annoying. We got to second phase a lot faster than I expected, so that's good for DPS, I suppose. Let's put the Hallowed Armor on. Yeah. A little unfortunate we'll be losing the bonus from the Beetle's Scale Mail. But that's just DPS, which just shortens the fight. It doesn't actually make it easier. I don't know why I'm trying over and over again to get Fisheron dead. We've killed him already once. At this point, it's just me stubbornly insisting that I can do it with a melee weapon. Okay. Let's make sure our stuff is refreshed. Okay. Yeah, that was not covering myself in glory, let's say. I needed to remove that stupid tombstone before I started the fight and forgot about that. I can't believe we've killed this guy the first try. And then we haven't been able to do it since. I wonder if it's because we're able to tank some attacks now. Like his, like that attack. We would have had to teleport away before. The first time we did it. I wonder if that might have something to do with allows him to get closer to us, and then he spawns it on top of us before he heads back over the other way. So we just need to teleport more, basically. So he doesn't get the opportunity to get close to us before he... like, so that attack we would have had to teleport away before. He's almost in his second phase. Go over here, you fishy loser. He should be in his second phase by now. Yeah, he is. You can tell with the glowy eyes. Okay, that is like as close as it can get without being too close. Ouch. I think the answer was just to teleport more. Like that circle right there that's flying toward us, I think those are what turn into the tornadoes. We just don't want to get those close to us. Okay, we're getting close to his third phase now. We just entered third phase. It's working. We almost didn't teleport in time. Give me my treasure, please. Thank you. Oh, we didn't swap our wings out like we were originally planning to. Whoops. That would have been a little bit faster if we had swapped things out correctly. Okay, so I think that's what the solution simply was. We just had to teleport more. Tsunami. Shoots 5 arrows at a time. Interesting. Okay, so we'll put that aboard there. Pork of the sea, some of the tiny fish run. We don't want that. Shrimpy truffle, again, we can sell that. Okay, those two get kept, that gets dumped. Let's try that fight again. I would like to get Fisheron's wings. Okay. That goes in there. Tsunami goes in the ranged weapons. Which are currently full. Okay, anything that is not a material, sell duplicates. How many sniper rifles and rocket launchers do I have? Okay. Alright, let's go sell stuff. Wait, we grabbed 2 slime guns, we only wanted 1. We'll put this one in here, the Vandy stuff, because it's worthless. Extra shrimpy truffle for sale. Okay. Not those two. Okay. Oh, it's quick stacking to the pet. That's what it was doing. Okay. I do believe that we are ready. Go murder the Fisheron again. Let's see if I can possibly remember to do all the steps of pre-battle prep before summoning him this time. Okay. Summon a Frost Hydra. Summon a Cloud. Other side. Summon a Frost Hydra. Summon a Cloud. Get inside. Unsummon Chester, because he will get me killed. Swap out wings and boots. Not just one or the other. Regen potion, iron skin potion. We already have flask up. Eat food. Summon the cat. Think that's everything. Go fishing. Okay, let's test my little theory here and see if it's correct. We just do not want to wait until the last second before we teleport. We can afford to take a little longer. This setup would probably work fairly well for a summoning build too if I had to pick the right weapon. Okay. And there we get his second stage transformation. We actually seen it happen that time. Not want to be close to that blue ring because I'm pretty sure that's what spawns the NATOs. That one right there. Okay, we're in the final stage. So in this stage, he teleports behind the character. And there he's dead. Okay, so I think that's just all we had to figure out, was that those little blue rings were where he spawns his, what do you call it? Where he spawns the NATOs. Manic Bubble Gun. Uses 3 mana. Insanely fast speed. That chews through mana pretty quickly. Okay. Interesting weapon. Another shrimpy truffle to sell, another relic to replace. We're probably going to end up having to place some of these on the ground out here. Okay, bubble gun goes in magic weapons. Yes. Sell the shrimpy truffle. Okay, now that I have confirmed that we actually know what's going on here, let's try to kill him twice in a row. After that, we'll have to farm more worms. I probably should try to kill the Empress again. We'll do that after we do this. Because the Empress is going to require a slightly different setup. Because the Empress needed more DPS. Didn't need more... Well, actually, I don't... Now that I've figured out what was causing the Sharknadoes to spawn, we don't need... We don't need some of this stuff. We can go in for more DPS. Okay, Starveil, wings, swap them like that. Okay, so we can just go all DPS. Except... no, we can't go all DPS. Because I want to keep the Brain of Confusion and that thing. But we can swap that out. And we don't need the Starveil either, actually. On second thought. Because the Starveil is just longer invincibility. We can keep the Charm of Myths on. That'll give us the Warrior Emblem. The pointy necklace. We'll put the Starveil away. This should make Fish Run go a little faster, I think. What other DPS boosters do I have that can work with a melee weapon? I wonder if the Avenger Emblem will stack with the Warrior Emblem. Let's see what the wiki has to say. Okay. While multiples of the Avenger Emblem cannot be worn at once, multiple emblems of different types will stack. Okay. All right, let's go test that to confirm. Okay, we're getting, roughly 4,000 damage. I should have grabbed the Avenger Emblem like an idiot. I didn't. Well, that's interesting. Okay, so we're getting about 47, 46, 44, somewhere thereabouts right now. If we take that off, we're getting less. Maybe. I wish I could turn crits off somehow. It's really hard to tell if it's actually increasing my DPS or not. Okay, it seems like my DPS is way lower with the Avenger emblem on. No, now it seems high. I wish I could turn crits off, because I can be much more sure of this. Does it depend entirely on where I'm aiming? Here. Let's take that off. Let's aim right between his eyes. And this is getting us right around 4,000. Occasionally lower. $44 for brief flashes. It's getting right around 4,000. Okay. Let's put that on. Let's wait for things to settle down. Aim right between the eyes. Now we wait until it cools down, because it seems like you get much higher DPS for a short burst, and then okay, this seems to be getting around 45, 44 with occasional jumps to 5,000. So that's pretty clear. They do stack. The Ankh Shield, which is just in case I do get hit, I don't get knocked around. The Avenger Emblem, which is more damage. Rain of Confusion, which is just in case I get hit, I might not take damage at all. Fire Gauntlet, which is more damage. Master Ninja Gear, which is just in case I get hit, I don't take damage at all. Warrior Emblem, which is more damage. Stinger Necklace, which is more damage. What we're leaving out is maneuverability, we heal faster. I think we can safely do that. Alright. Hopefully we get these wings. Because I don't feel like killing him over and over again. And if this works, then this is the build we're going to be using against the Empress. Okay. Frost. I don't think that cloud actually helped at all, but oh well. We have it. We might as well deploy it. Frost. Cloud. That probably didn't help at all. Make sure teleporting is going to work smoothly. Regen potion, iron skin potion, flask, food, pair of cats. Okay, time to go fishing. Okay. Those are distressingly close. I don't think I've identified what projectile he uses. If he uses a projectile. Because to spawn the tornadoes during phase 1. Whatever it is, I haven't seen it yet. Not like I've identified the one that he uses in phase 2. Speaking of which, welcome to phase 2. Okay. Getting close to phase 3. Hello, phase 3. Okay. Goodbye, fish run. Give me your loots. Okay. It looks like we have more or less got the fight down pat now. And we got another tsunami. Can I fit a third one on the roof? Yes, I can. Okay, equip that. We have over half our potions left. Time to go fishing. Give me your wings, you loser. Am I still using hallowed armor? I shouldn't be using hallowed armor for this. I should have switched back to beetle armor. So this isn't quite the build we want to use for the queen. Very similar, but not quite the same. Okay, he's transforming. Comes another blue projectile of doom. Those are actually the only thing that's really truly threatening to us at this point. Is the blue projectiles. Everything else can be dodged very easily. I mean, those can be dodged easily too, but If we fail to dodge one, there's no recovery. Unlike everything else, where if we fail to dodge one, it's just, oh well, we took some damage. And here we go, nighttime. He tries to teleport behind you. We just teleport to the opposite side of the arena. Okay, the next hit. I was going to say the next hit is going to get him, but the next hit had already gotten him. Okay. Go place this relic. We got another bubble gun. Okay, those can be sold. We've gotten 1 platinum from those 2 fights. Don't mind if I do. Actually, it's like 1.5 platinum from those 2 fights. Okay. Give me back those shrimpy truffles, thank you. I'm going to go sell them. And sell the bubble gun and the tsunami, because we already have one of each. Okay. Let's go swap out for the beetle armor that I forgot to do earlier. Okay. We have the beetle scale mail, which is less defense, but we get a significant up to 30% damage bonus. Although apparently we can't build that bonus against these things. Good to know, I suppose. Let's close that up. There's no reason to leave it hanging open. I think we're basically ready for the Empress fight. We have tons of DPS items available. We have some pretty decent please don't hit me items available. We have a reasonable weapon. It just needs to actually be night so we can do the fight. Also, let's turn that off so we can easily kill the Lacewing when the time comes. If we fail this fight, then we're going to have to get more summoning items, which it wasn't that big of a deal to get them in the first place, so I'm not too worried about that. Okay. Let's just go off to the Hallow and fight miscellaneous stuff there until... We're probably going to have to fight the Empress a bunch, realistically. We're going to have to remove that. And this. We can't have anything that would interfere with fast teleporting. Hey you. What do you think you're doing? Get out of there. I wish I had more cat statues. Okay, let's replace the boots. For more DPS. Gotta slow down our movement some, but honestly the boots are one of the things that I can give up if I absolutely have to, as long as I have wings. Now that I have the Master Ninja gear, because it actually throws you farther than the shield did, and that makes up for a lot. Because you can just dodge over and over again to do a lot of the stuff that the boots would do. You feel stickier than you do when you're using the boots. Because when you hit the ground, all of a sudden you slow way down. But it's not a big enough deal that I can't give the boots up if I have something more useful to put on anymore. But I tell you what, if I ever do a second run of this game, the early game is going to feel very painful. No wings, no boots, no Master Ninja gear. I'm almost tempted to try to play through again on normal mode, just to feel what the difference is. Because by this point, I have more hours in Master Mode than I do in normal mode. Probably by a lot. Well, if you counted my normal mode hours together with my expert mode hours, I probably have more in that. I certainly have more hours actually fighting. Okay, if you consider for a moment, normal mode, we would lose 3 of our slots here. And we would not have this item at all. It wouldn't even be a possibility. So we would need to have the wings. We would need to have the Ankh shield. Master Ninja gear would be pretty much a must by this point. That would greatly cut our combat flexibility. I think probably the Fire Gauntlet would be the thing to take. Because it gives us so much utility. It's going to be night soon. Oh, there's a strange plant. Give me. Unique dyes, yes please. I really hope this works. Hey, get back here. The second time we did try to fight her, we almost made it. We've got a minute and a half before night. When it gets down to like 7, then we'll go and prepare for the actual summoning. Okay, minute to go. $6.50. Okay. There we go. Make sure cats are on. Get rid of wings. Okay. We'll put those out. 7:30. Goodbye, little wasteling. Oops. Okay. Ouch. Okay. This is, I must say, going a lot better than the last time around, probably because I have way more DPS. Although I am still taking damage. So it's not like it's a no-hit run or anything like that. Okay. Sometimes they definitely teleport away too quickly. Ow. And sometimes they don't teleport away quickly enough. Okay. Not even midnight yet. Please, I just need 10 seconds before I can use my... There we go, potion. farther along than last time. Okay, that was dumb of me. That was also dumb of me. I knew better than that one. We killed her. Okay. Where are the loots? Where are my loots? Game. Give me the loots. What? Oh, there they are. Okay. What do we have in the treasure bag? Rainbow cursor. Cause your mouse cursor to have shifting rainbow colors. Well, no thank you. Eventide. It's just a bow. Ooh, okay, it is not just a bow. Interesting. That does considerable damage if you hit with all the projectiles. Okay. I'm honestly not even sure what items I would have wanted from her in that fight. The important thing is, though, that we can do that fight now. We know what kind of gear we need. We know it works. All that fun stuff. Let's teleport home. And let's put the Empress Elite relic right here beside Fishron. At this point, we are very close. Do I want to use the Charm of Myths? Yes, I kind of do. Let's replace that with it. We don't need the DPS from those three right now. Go put these in weapon boosters. The Star Veil can go back where it actually belongs. Namely with protection. Boom. Okay, what is this? Soaring Insignia. Grants infinite wing and rocket boost. No. I need it. Increases flight and jump mobility. If I replace... I can't justifiably replace the boots with that, can I? I know I was just saying about how I can afford to replace the boots now. No, because the boots do other important, useful things. I might just have to replace the Charm of Myths. Because infinite wings. That's really good. What has the Charm of Myths done for me lately? This does mean that there is no real reason to have platforms anymore. Except as a place to battleground moving enemies. We can just hover over the battle forever if we want. That minus 25 potion thing is really good though. The problem is it's not quite infinite wings good. I don't think anything is quite infinite wings good. Okay, those get sold. That we keep. This is a vanity item. I think we're going to put it in the miscellaneous stuff. Yep, it makes a rainbow cursor. That's ugly. Okay. Yeah. Just moves so much faster with the boots on. I can't take them off. Ranged. Goes in there. Charm of Myths can go into protection. Strange plant has to be hauled away. Let's go hang up this pixie banner. Boom. So I probably should look up what else that she drops. Fishron needs to be farmed until we get these wings yet. Yeah. Living rainbow dye. These guys are obsessed with rainbows. Okay. All right. So we need to farm Fishron. We need to farm Empress of Light. Which I don't know. Depends if Empress of Light drops anything I really need, I guess. We could try her during the daytime. Haha, bad chance. To get her really nice summon item. There's no way we're using this arena to farm her during the daytime. That's not workable. We could build a bigger version of this arena and maybe farm her during the daytime. Put these farther apart to make sure that her attacks are completely outside of the range of the next one. So we don't have any overlap. Because a lot of cases we have to teleport multiple times to get completely away from her. Or completely away from whatever attack she's deploying. Even then, daytime would be trial and error, I think. Okay. But at this point, outside of farming those two for more gear, the next thing in boss progression is to go kill the cultist at the dungeon. He's kind of a mini boss, I think. But there's a bunch of cultists here who need to be killed. And then after they're dead, that spawns several large events where there's pillars and you have to go kill waves and wave after wave of monsters at the pillar. And after those are all dead, then the Moonlord can be fought, I think. Yeah, something like that anyway. But before that happens, we need to fight the Christmas and Halloween events, which have some good gear for us. Caught in the caverns? No thanks. I should fix the roof on this thing. It's so ugly. Oh well. Oh, hey pirate, do you have anything new to sell? Doesn't look like it. Oh. I don't think I've visited Truffle since a very long time. Here, keep your doors closed, you fools. Let's see, what do you have? Mushroom and jungle pylons. Black and pink thread. Okay. If I remember correctly, these familiar items don't actually look like this, but they give you your normal whatever hair, pants, and stuff you've chosen. Tax collector's hat. Yeah, none of this stuff is stuff we care about. I'm pretty happy with the way my character looks. And you sell items that would have been useful a very long time ago and are no longer useful now, except the blue solution, which is useful. Can you get your ass out of the way so I can close that door? Thank you. There. And now we're in the jungle. Being able to land on water and being able to land without losing too much speed. Actually, I don't really need to land at all anymore. I have infinite flight. I was about to say there are reasons why I want to keep the boots, but I don't have to land. I can just fly everywhere I go. I can fly forever. Hello. You don't have anything new? No, you don't. I can tell already. That looks like a pet item. Don't care. Don't want it. Okay. It really feels like the summoner armors are just strictly inferior to the other armors. Then again, like summoners don't receive a chlorophyte armor variant. Rangers receive a chlorophyte armor variant. No, not actually chlorophyte armor, but something made with chlorophyte. Like melee users receive 2 of them. They receive turtle armor and then upgrades to beetle armor. And rangers receive, I think it's shroomite armor for rangers. And mages receive whatever that other armor is called. The stuff made with the ectoplasma from the dungeon. We fly along at 39 miles per hour and run at 34. So flying is only very slightly faster than running. Good to know. This area should probably be filled in. Because some monsters can get stuck down there and become a problem. Oh well. We actually got everything that I had on the to-do list for today done. Or most everything. Let's actually go ahead and update that list. I know I haven't looked at it all day. But I did actually make a to-do list. Almost everything. The event arena part, we improved the arena that I'm probably going to use for the event. But we didn't actually do the events. Farm Crimson Key, we still didn't do that yet. I've tried, but it didn't like me. Build and kill Fishron. Let's set this up to be farm Fishron for stuffs. To do list stuffs. Farm ton chlorophyte, make bullets. Nope, we're not doing that. Kill Fisheron, we did that. We used a different method than what I was thinking, but we did it. We did this. And we did that. Let's change this to farm. Empress of Light. For stuffs. And we're just going to copy and paste that right there. To-do list stuffs. After that's done, boom, kill events. These things up here are due when available. At this point, I don't even know if we actually want the vampire knives anymore. But we accomplished both bosses who were on the to-do list. And I'm pretty happy with that. On that note, it is 10:40. So let's save our game. Oh, who's doing what? It looks like Avi and Af are playing Valheim, probably together. Yeah, okay. Let's raid Af. Make sure I didn't mangle that. And thank you, Twitch. Just ignore my raid command, why don't you? Let's see. There we go. I'll have to trigger it manually through the creator dashboard, which is stupid and sucks, but start raid. All right. Thank you all very much for coming. Hopefully next week we can get solidly into the end game, or at least get completely ready to go solidly into the end game. We'll see. We only actually have a couple mainline bosses left to do, or a bunch of events and like one boss, something like that. So I think the last actual required progression main boss is Moonlord. We have a mini boss and an event, bunch of required events first, but anyway. So we're quite close to the end of the game. Tomorrow, probably X4. I might do something else. We'll see. There's stuff I need to get done X4 though, so I'll try to do that. Anyway, until then, let's all go see what Af is doing. I'm not sure what's going on over there right now. And I hope you all have an awesome night. Yeah. Good night. Goodbye. Damn it. When I press the raid button, I expect you to raid.